Rogue Knight by Illuviar. 121st, Chapter 30, Part 5. Phase 30, A Different Galaxy. Equals RK equals. Part 5, General Valentra's Office, GAR High Command, Coruscant. Early next morning, Kenobi and I made our way to the HQ and went to meet Telar. We found him in front of his office, sipping caf and speaking with a tall, regal-looking human admiral. The Navy officer had short, cropped black hair and a thin mustache on his gaunt face. While he was solidly built, the man looked positively exhausted. "You two." Valentra glared at us. "What the criff am I supposed to do with you? Did you manage to engineer another headache specially for me since the Senate went crazy last night?" "Blame the Jedi and certain senators." I shrugged. "Oh, I do. The pair of you aren't off the hook either. I spent half the night answering inquiries from the Senate's Armed Forces Committee about the Confederate buildup, as if I know better than our various intelligence service, not to mention reassuring them that I'll be making use of your talents while making sure you don't learn any more sensitive information about the Republic's military capabilities. Talk about conflicting orders. You had fun, Knight, I take it? It was good to see that the Senate was continuing to piss of the army. They were playing straight in my hands while trying to diminish the threat I may one day represent." Teller grimaced. "It was a criffing waste of time. Come with me." He waved us with his free hand, then nodded at the Navy officer. "This is Admiral Mark Gergerod. He's been trying to untangle the Navy's procurement for years now." "General Vale, General Kenobi. It's good to meet you in person. I've heard a lot about you." The Admiral offered us a hand and we shook it. "Only bad things, I hope." "I do have a reputation to maintain," I quipped. "Yes, that's the problem," Obi-Wan muttered. "Good things as long as I'm not listening to some of my acquaintances in the Senate." Gergerod said. "How is the Navy build-up going?" Obi-Wan asked. "A bit better than expected. We'll be getting a significant number of acclimators complete and ready for deployment by the time the Separatists hit us. There are a couple of thousand escorts scheduled for completion during the next month, and that will give us a sorely needed boost, but we'll still be heavily outnumbered. While thanks to Kuat and Corellia, we have at least 50% advantage in capital ship construction capacity, it took us too long to begin constructing Venators at capacity. Even longer to expand the necessary industries, find trained personnel, and expand the shipyards." Gergerod paused to breathe. "It will be at least 18 to 20 months before our industrial advantages could become decisive, not before we finish the next Venator construction cycle. And that can't happen before our ongoing construction is complete," Valentra added. "That's what we'll be talking about," he said as he led us deeper into the building. We passed through 2 checkpoints and entered a secure briefing room. There was a group of officers siting around a round table, either chatting or browsing datapads. They were there for some time if the few empty caf carafes were anything to go by. "General on deck," a black-haired commander stood at attention and shouted. The officers stopped what they were doing and all stood up and saluted. "At ease, get a place and someone make sure we've got secure connection with the otherwise unoccupied members of High Command," Valentra ordered. I looked around. The room was covered with something resembling rubber, a sound-absorbing material, I guessed. Besides the table and chairs around it, the place was virtually empty. I sat next to Telar along with Obi-Wan and the Admiral. "First, introductions are in order," Valentra announced and nodded at Gergerod, who began. To the Admiral's left sat the commander who announced our entrance, one Adar Talon, a starfighter ace who worked under Plo Koon. The Jedi Master had sent him back to Coruscant so he could help in devising new small craft doctrine and help in the development of units that could survive and be effective in Guardian-dominated environment. While the introductions continued, he busied himself calling the members who couldn't be present in person. Next were a pair of captains, Terenard Screed and Jan Dodonna. They introduced themselves staff members working for Gergerod until their ships, Victory Star Destroyers, came close to completion. From what I gathered, they had their time split between helping ensure that the Navy procurement didn't go to hell and training their command staffs in simulators. It wasn't an ideal arrangement, but the attack on the HQ a few months back practically decapitated the GR High Command and cost us a lot of experienced officers. Screed was an aging officer with complexion identical to that of the clones. According to his service ribbons, he had been a part of the judicial forces for years before the war began and had seen combat more than once. His short brown hair was mostly hidden by his uniform cap. Dodonna had receding black hair, revealing a prominent forehead and accenting his large nose. Both of them wore the standard deep green naval uniform and had their medal ribbons proudly displayed on their chests. Beside the captains sat a human naval officer. Admiral Felix Dow, he introduced himself. His thin face made him look almost gaunt, not unlike Gergerod. However, the middle-aged admiral appeared to have much more energy. His blue, piercing eyes practically shone with it. "It's good to see you again, Admiral." I greeted Dow. I vaguely remembered him from Ryloth. He was in charge of a Venator division at the time. His ships didn't fare too well after being unfortunate enough to be targeted at the beginning of the engagement. I recall that he was wounded when his flag was crippled, but it was obvious Dow's wounds haven't slowed him down. "The same to you, General. I'm glad that you didn't decide to leave for Mandalore after last night. It would take much more than a group of misguided fearmongers to make me turn my back to the soldiers I've fought with for months now." My words were met with universal approval by the officers. The last officer was Navy too. "I'm Admiral Barton Coburn." He introduced himself with a gravel-like voice. The man appeared to be in his 60s. He had receding white hair and sharp light green eyes. As it turned out, we were going to discuss things with only two more people. One was Yularin, who was overseeing the repairs of the fleet we led above Geonosis. The last member of our little gathering was another familiar face, Joanna Holt. She was making her way to Corellia along with her ship, and surprisingly wore the insignia of a rear admiral. "Congratulations about the promotion, Admiral." I smiled at the Corellian woman. I did owe her one. Even if I planned it, she did come through and saved my ass on Mandalore. "General Vale." She nodded. "I hear things on Coruscant got quite interesting with your return." "Too interesting." Obi-Wan snorted. "I can't help it but notice I'm the only Jedi in here." "Former Jedi." Teller gave him a wan smile. "After yesterday, I don't exactly trust the Jedi not to make mess of things. Besides, it's been months since they were actually in command of the Army or Navy, no matter how many of them are generals. We make up the majority of surviving Republic High Command, as well as highly ranked Allied officers. If we're to work together without criffing up by the numbers, we need to reach an understanding," Admiral Coburn stated. "After the Senate had its temper tantrum yesterday, we need to choose a new Commander Republic Field Forces to fill in the shoes of General Vale. I'm open to suggestions." Valentra spoke. "This last year, I've fought along Force users a lot," Admiral Dow said. "While a lot of them have no idea what to do in command of anything larger than a squad and should have never been given the authority they had at the start of the war, those who know what they're doing have some advantages the rest of us simply lack. With General Vale no longer an option and the Jedi in disarray, I nominate General Kenobi for the position." "I agree. While he had some rough edges, I believe Obi-Wan Kenobi is up to the task. I offered my support and earned myself a glare from the former Jedi. If it had slipped your minds, I'm no longer a Jedi and became Mandalorian the same evening he did." Obi-Wan pointed at me. He didn't sound thrilled by the idea of being put in charge of all combat force. "Oh, we know." Valentra looked at Kenobi. "You might be a Mandalorian, but aren't Mandalore, and that's what's important. All of us has homeworlds that hold our loyalty alongside the Republic, and it hasn't been an issue. While General Vale, as a leader of your people, might have divided loyalties, yours are as secure as our own." Obi-Wan frowned at Teller. "You planned this, didn't you?" "I'll admit a part of it is making a point to the Senate. However, if we didn't believe you up to the job, we wouldn't offering it general," Valentra explained. "Do you all agree with this?" Obi-Wan asked and looked around the table. "That's a Republic internal issue." Admiral Holt shrugged. "From what I hear, you should be able to do the job." "We discussed you last night," Admiral Gergerod added. "Besides, all of us currently have duties we can't in good conscience leave. You, however, haven't been actually commanding since Geonosis, so you're free to take the job. While we can't force you to take the position, it's our recommendation that you do so." Admiral Coburn offered his support to the idea. If I didn't know better, I would be sure this was your idea. Obi-Wan glared at me. This time I'm not guilty as charged. You're aware that the Jedi Council won't take this lightly, right? Obi-Wan tried. The Jedi's internal politics aren't of any concern to this body. The Council already did more than enough to jeopardize the war effort. Valentra grimaced. Look at the positives. If you take the offer, you'll be better placed to keep me in check if I went on the deep end. I beamed at Obi-Wan. There's that. Kenobi groaned. I know I'll regret it, but fine. I accept. Congratulations, General Kenobi. I'll make sure that all the paperwork is in order so you can assume your new responsibilities before the end of the day. Dodonna announced. Now, with that out of the way, item the second. General Vale, in order to ensure proper coordination between the GAR and our Corellian and Mandalorian allies, you'll be taking command of all allied forces along with contingent of our own, Valentra announced. All? My eyebrows went up at that. This was another slap in the face of both the Senate and the conservative Jedi. Well, as Mandalore, you're already the ultimate authority as far as your people are concerned. You did a good job leading Corellian forces at Geonosis, and the same is true about various ground units not nominally under GAR control. The Anaxian Rangers and Kayamasi Lancers. I nodded. While I had little interaction with their commanders, there were no real issues when they were under my command. Those two outfits were a strange case, not really a militia or a planetary defense force, which were usually simply placed under the overall command of the GAR officers in the area. Instead, the Rangers and Lancers were long-standing military units that worked alongside the planetary defense forces of their respective homeworlds, but technically weren't part of them. What am I looking at as Corellian and Republic assets? I asked. Admiral Holt's new command after her ship goes a partial refit on Corellia along with the units you were supposed to command before Geonosis, the 11th Legion and attached fleet elements. Valentra stated. Teller had obviously been quite busy lately. May I request that the remnants of the 501st are placed under my command? I've worked with them before, and we have an excellent rapport. That shouldn't be an issue. You'll be getting additional staff officers to help you run the combined Allied command or whatever we end up calling that damn thing. This completes item the second, and now we come to the primary reason why we're here. Valentra agreed. We all know that in 2 months, the Separatists will have enough new construction coming online to create from scratch multiple sector fleets. They're going to throw them at us as soon as they can. According to all our intelligence sources, the Confederacy is currently overhauling their military command, cutting off the dead weight, and busy deciding how to use their new ships against us. We won't know for some time what they plan. We may learn it the hard way because a lot of our sources within the Confederacy had gone dark. This is the primary reason why we're gathered today, to decide how to meet the coming enemy offensive. General Vale. Valentra put me into the spotlight. Yesterday, before my meeting with the Senate, General Valentra informed me of the estimated enemy strength. Even with some escorts and a lot of acclimators coming online soon, we'll be on the wrong end of a significant numerical disparity. Much more than can be made up by the superior quality of our capital ships. If our fears are realized, the Confederacy is going to put competent people in charge across the board and give them largely free rein in prosecuting the war. I paused. In the past few weeks, Admirals Trench, Ningo and Tonith had been recalled to Raxus, and we haven't heard from them since. Can we be so lucky that the Separatists dispose of them for us as unreliable? Dow asked. Unknown, we can't rely on such a good fortune unless we have a solid proof that they're all dead or imprisoned. Coburn rumbled. We have to plan for the worst, competently led, determined enemy that outnumbers us significantly. That's my thought too, Valentra added. I briefly discussed the situation with General Vale yesterday. While I agree with his thoughts on the matter, there are issues. He looked at me. Even if we go with the conservative estimates, the Separatists will be able to hit us across the board, tie up a lot of our forces, and then concentrate overwhelming numbers on their primary objectives. Lacking solid intelligence on their intentions, we'll have to decide where to reinforce and dig in and which systems we can't afford to defend unless we wish to have a significant chunk of the Navy defeated in detail. I turned my attention to the terminal built in front of my seat and activated the holo projector that was in the center of the table, then called in an up-to-date map of the galaxy. If I was in charge of the Confederacy's military, this state of affairs would be unacceptable. I pointed at the 4 big parts in which the CIS-controlled space was divided. One of the first things I would be doing with all those brand new ships would be to connect the various separatist territories, then deny the Republic use of the main hyperlanes to the outer rim. That part is a no-brainer. While it would be good if we could keep the Confederate territories divided, I believe that would be a waste of resources at this time. The exception is the central corridor here. I highlighted it with 3 blue circles. If we lose the hyperlanes in these areas, Kamino will be cut off along with a significant part of our holding in the mid and outer rim. It's also a lot of territory to cover. The separatists will find it much easier to connect their other holdings and secure the lanes between them. Admiral Coburn noted, even if we can't stop them at any given location, our fleets will have a lot of space to maneuver, retreat if necessary, and be ready to assist us in opening the lanes once our venators are ready. The same can't be said for the expanse sandwiched between Hutt space and these 2 separatist territories. The old human's hands flew to his terminal, and he circled the large piece of the mid-rim he had in mind. "What about our territory to the west?" Admiral Gergerod asked. "They're practically cut off, even if the Confederacy has to keep heavy forces to contain them. If they have the spare ships, they might send them to secure the area. Once our naval units in the region are tried enough, the Confederacy can ignore the sector and thus free a lot of assets. It's the same with the pocket to the far northeast." I lit up the areas in red. Mon Calamari too. As things stand, our only way to reinforce them is through Hutt space. Given its location, if the separatists decide to hit some of the neutrals in the area, they can cut off the system and reduce it when convenient. "You have a suggestion, I recon," Coburn stated. "An idea that the Senate won't find pleasing. We need to pull off as many assets as we could from the west. Even with the hyperlanes under enemy control, if our naval units in the region can quietly concentrate, they stand a good chance to punch through. At the same time, I would like to leave a lot of light recon element in the area. As for our ground units, they should either be extracted or concentrated on planets with planetary shields, where they can hold out for a long time, even if the enemy has orbital control." "You suggest abandoning a lot of territory." Dow frowned. "True. Most of those worlds are of no strategic importance for the war, and we need the Navy deployed where it matters. We'll need to keep a corridor to Kamino open at all costs, or at least for as long as we can keep the planet safe. If the enemy dedicates enough assets on an attack there, we may lose it anyway. We can't afford to send too many reinforcements there, not if we're to keep a route to the core open at the same time." "What about Mandalore?" Coburn asked. "It's very close to separatist-controlled space, and they will be launching offensives in the area to link up their territories and put pressure on us. A fleet in being standing under the planetary shields. If reinforced and given some heavy equipment, my people will turn any ground assault in a bloodbath for the enemy. Given its position on the trade lanes, we'll need to retake the system sooner rather than later if we're to wage war in the galactic northeast." "That's not what expected." Coburn gave me a nod of respect. "I was fearing you would want us to keep the system out of Confederate hands at all cost. I would want any uninvited guests kicked out promptly once the venators are ready, but that's it. It would take us a few years to rebuild our fleet, and we'll be slowed down by pulling down to the surface the most important parts of the space infrastructure. But having Mandalore under siege for a few months won't be too bad." I smiled grimly. "Most of our people are spread all over the galaxy, even if I gave the call for them to come back. As long as we can keep the bulk of our planet-side industry intact, we'll recover. Besides, we simply can't afford to tie up too many ships keeping my home safe." I pointed at the map. "If the enemy is smart and we can't afford to expect anything less, they will be coming after our industrial nodes, Quat, Corellia, and our smaller shipyards. The big question is, where will they concentrate their efforts? The 2 industrial powerhouses. Can they afford to strike both systems and hope to succeed? Perhaps only one and raids on our other shipyards. What if they go after Coruscant again?" Gergerod asked. Unlikely unless they decide for all or nothing throw on the dice. Yet we can't neglect such a possibility. Our friends in the Senate won't let us if we tried anyway. For all we know, whoever is running things on the separatist side nowadays might think it's a good idea. They might feint that way anyway to draw forces from their real targets too. Coburn thought aloud. A strike towards Ord Mantell, for example, could be just a feint, an attempt to secure better positions for the next phase of the war, clearing up the way for following assaults on our industrial nodes in the mid-rim, or even a prelude for a strike towards Coruscant. The same goes if they secure Mandalore and move up the hyperlane leading towards the core. He lit up parts of the map in orange. We'll have to keep a strong reserve force against such an attempt, I conceded. What concerns me is how close Corellia and Kuat are to enemy-held territory. If the enemy finally manages to take Antar and then Quella, they'll have a clean run to Cato Neimodia and then use it as both a supply base and a forward staging area. Then all they have is to break through whatever we have in place at Commentor, and the route to Kuat is open. Alternatively, securing Kalada will give them a route to Corellia. I won't be surprised if they do both just to force us reinforce both systems. The nature of the hyperlanes in the region is such that once we know where they're sending the bulk of their forces, it would be days until we can shift our navy from the other threatened system. That could be more than enough time to lose a lot of industrial capacity and incomplete construction. Our friends in the Senate will want us to reinforce both systems heavily, Valentra said. That's why I want to strip everything we can from strategically unimportant systems. I shrugged. Like Revan did against your own people all those years ago, Dow stated. It worked, I pointed out. As I see it, we'll need to keep a decent-sized reserves at Coruscant, Ord Mantell, Corsis and Denon at the very least, along with reinforcing Corellia, Kuat and Camino with whatever we can scrape up. In addition, placing additional forces at either Kalindra or Naboo so they can be ready to fend off any attacks on the lanes in the area would be prudent. Obi-Wan spoke after listening to the discussion and carefully examining the map. Reinforcing Christophsis will help us contest that region, and we can pull the naval elements there back towards Camino if necessary. That sounds good, Valentra must. Ultimately, it's your call after all. Finding all the assets we're going to need will be harder. I'll back you up when you decide it's time to talk with the Chancellor about it, I said. We'll need to craft proper contingency plans first, Jerjerrod pointed out. True, I conceded. Let's start, shall we? 122nd, Chapter 31, Parts 1 and 2. Disclaimer, I do not own Gundam Seed or Star Wars. They belong to their respective copyright owners. This story is not created with commercial aim. I make no money from it. Phase 31, Ancient Sith and Other Monsters. RK =. Part 1, Guest Quarters, Mandalorian Embassy, Coruscant. It's been a long time since I had the opportunity to kick back, relax and watch such an entertainment. I sighed and took a long pull from an iced bottle of Corellian ale. I had crashed on a comfortable couch in the living room of a small apartment meant for visiting clan leaders, if they hadn't made other arrangements for their trip to Coruscant or government officials here on official business. The place was tastefully decorated. There was no clash between modern leather furniture, high-tech communication gear, and stands proudly displaying ancient weapons and armor. Holographic recreations of painting depicting moments of Mandalorian glory could be seen on most walls, making me feel nostalgic. A monitor taking up most of the wall across the room displayed the news, which were frankly hilarious. A cute red-haired human woman was on, narrating a video of a protest near the Senate. I could clearly see beings from at least 24 different species shouting questions and generally being rowdy. They were faced by a solid block of Coruscant security guards, clad in heavy anti-riot gear. The first two ranks had shields and shock batons, with those behind them armed with various crowd control devices, nets, foam grenades, low-powered sonic blasters meant to only stun. This is merely the closest protest to the Senate building, which explains the extraordinary heavy presence of security force. The anchor, Halcyon explained. By last count, there were at least 200 protests on Coruscant alone, many of which turned into full-blown riots. The image changed. and I could see a riled-up crowd throwing itself against a cordon of riot troopers. They slammed into a locked shield wall, then began to fall as shock batons moved into a well-drilled unison and slammed at the first line of the rioters. Electricity arched and bodies crumbled. Foam grenades arched above the heads of the shield-bearers and detonated among the crowd. The fast-expanding and almost instantly hardening substance stopped the forward momentum of the rioters, allowing the security agents to knock out the most eager or foolish of them and push the crowd back. "What does the protesters want, Victoria?" an old Rhodian asked. "An explanation, Borsk. Most of the peaceful ones appear to be ordinary citizens concerned by what's been happening in the Senate in the past week. The removal of General Vale from his post in command of all Republic field forces came in mere hours before our intelligence services revealed a report citing what naval construction the Separatists will complete and have available to use against us before the end of next month." "That news certainly had me concerned, Victoria." The Rhodian nodded sagely. "All those protests caught me off guard. While at least some were out there in support of Silvaris and the Jedi, most people wanted me back in charge of the military so I could keep those dastardly separatists out in the Outer Rim, where they couldn't cause trouble for the good people in the core worlds." No one put things in exactly those words, yet the Republic as a whole was far too calm as long as the fighting was mostly contained beyond the Inner Rim. Attitude like that was a symptom of the problems that persuaded a huge percentage of the Outer Rim to support the Confederacy's bid for succession, even if it meant war. The problem wasn't a new one. During the war between the Sith Empire and the Republic, the Coruscant did write off the outer territories after they either fell in our hands or were beyond the old Republic's ability to properly supply and reinforce. Nowadays, those same worlds were much more developed and densely populated, and they had more than enough of being considered second-class citizens by many people, and more importantly, institution in the Republic. Kenobi assumed the post vacated by General Vale. While our military analysts were pleased with that turn of events, and despite the fact that it calmed down some of the people out there protesting, that decision remains controversial, the Rhodian said. Certain senators, led by Lyra Silveris, opposed that choice and made a motion for General Kenobi to be immediately removed from the post. The Cathar senator cited as a reason the fact that the former Jedi is a close personal friend of Mandalore and a Mandalorian himself. During an emergency session earlier today, she said that General Kenobi might act as little more than the voice of Mandalore, and it would be unclear if he could keep the Republic's interests at heart. She repeated the accusations leveled by Jedi Masters Teen and PL against their former colleague. "I had it on the best authority that the circus in the Senate hadn't really abated. Since he got his new job, Obi-Wan spent one morning and 2 afternoons answering questions about the Republic's readiness to meet and crush the expected Separatists' offensive. When, despite his best efforts, Kenobi let it slip that it wasn't going to be possible to hold on all territory we were supposed to be protecting, not before the Venators were ready, only made things worse. When our contingency plans got ready and we presented a carefully edited version to the committee overseeing the military, all hell was going to get loose. I was hoping to be away from Coruscant for the fallout. It was high time I tracked Zash and saw what bind she got herself in. More than a few vague but ominous dreams I had in the last few days pointed in that direction. We'll get back to the upheaval, both here on Coruscant and across the core in our evening program. Now we're back to the trial that has the whole Republic watching with bated breath." Victoria beamed at the camera. Officially, as a witness for the prosecution and Anakin's commanding officer at the time of his criff up, I had nothing to do with the trial until I was summoned, which was scheduled for tomorrow. Unofficially, the reporters were useful for once and made sure I knew exactly what was happening, just in case I'd called a favor with my colleagues in intelligence and they were feeding me reports on how the things were going with the tribunal, 5 generals and navy captains who were stuck on Coruscant for the time being and thus could be bothered to be tapped as a jury. At least the Navy had it for Anakin for sure, which was troublesome. I would have to give quite the good speech in order to convince them that Skywalker's life would be better spent out on the battlefield, instead rotting in jail or getting shot. The picture changed again, and this time I was seeing a courtroom. A camera caught Anakin's priceless expression as the full charges were read aloud. He looked half-stunned. The prosecution was throwing almost everything at him, sans treason and cowardice, in the face of the enemy. The screen zoomed out to show the whole courtroom. It wasn't particularly impressive. In front was the judge's stand with a nearby podium for witnesses. To the right sat the jury, all looking properly grim in their parade uniforms. Then there were rows of benches for the prosecution, accused and defense, along with any interested parties that had the right to observe. I saw Palpy's hand in making the trial public. Doing so achieved multiple goals for him. It obviously further isolated Anakin, making him into a pariah and thus an easier target for turning. I was sure Sidious wouldn't miss the opportunity to further tarnish the Jedi Order in the perception of the public, and last and not the least, the trial was meant as a distraction from the circus happening in the Senate. And those were just the most obvious reason, even if the last didn't pan out as well as the Chancellor might have hoped. I knew Palpy was busier than ever this last week. The camera zoomed onto a figure that stood behind Anakin. It was Padme, flanked by a GAR security detail. Officially, that was to keep her safe from further separatist assassination attempts. Unofficially, it was a bid from me to change the public perception of Amidala. I didn't need her seen as the noble pacifist the everyone knew. Instead, I wanted her to be considered a woman changed by her experiences and driven into a firm support of the war by a monstrous enemy. Palpy wasn't the only one who could pay PR firms after all. I saluted the screen when Rex was called on the stand. The video skipped forward to the interesting part. Commander Rex, you've been serving under General Skywalker since the first weeks of the war. What can you tell us about your experience as his subordinate? The prosecutor asked. Rex stood at parade rest, and I was sure he struggled not to glare at Anakin. General Skywalker. He was different, sir. He got the job done, no matter the odds we faced. Rex paused. He earned our loyalty. We trusted him and would have followed him into the 9 Corellian hells if he asked. The clone's tone was emotionless, almost dead. Trusted him. The prosecutor repeated. Do you trust him now? No, sir, Rex stated flatly. Why not? He destroyed that trust, along with most of the 501st Legion on Geonosis, sir. It's a good soldier's duty to die if necessary. It's the duty of a good commander to spend the lives of his subordinates wisely. If they have to die, it should be because that's the best way to achieve the objective, the best way to win. Rex paused, and his voice was chock-full with pain and anger. What General Skywalker, the commander practically spat the name, did was waste our lives. Almost a full dozen good ships, 30,000 soldiers, all gone. Not to win a battle or gain a vital objective, not to save civilians or our brothers in arms from dying. This time Rex looked at Anakin and glared. We had to die because he didn't think. Because General Skywalker had to walk into an obvious trap. We had to die for nothing, sir. I see. Commander, please lead us through the sequence of events that led to your crash landing on Geonosis. That was something I was painfully familiar with. I was one of the first people to receive a report on how Anakin managed to get a part of my fleet to go and commit a very expensive, if ultimately somewhat useful, suicide. He simply told them that he was following orders and they trusted him. A reasonably competent Jedi, not to get them killed unless it was for a very good reason. =RK equals. Part 2. Courtroom 3, A, Republic Judge Advocate Building, Coruscant. Next day found me standing on the witness stand, ready to answer questions after I swore to tell the truth and confirmed that I was aware of the consequences if I lied my ass off. It was time to see if my shenanigans with the intel folks were going to pay out and salvage something from the Skywalker fiasco. I went through the obvious questions more or less on autopilot, summarizing my interactions with Anakin and the events that led to Geonosis in my own words. I did my best to make Skywalker look better adjusted and a less of a loose cannon that he really was, to set up the stage for answering some questions that were carefully suggested to the defense. I have no more questions, Your Honor. The prosecutor gave me a satisfied nod. The defense can ask its questions. The judge announced, General Vale, in your opinion as General Skywalker's former commanding officer, why do you believe he undertook his action above Geonosis? In hindsight, Anakin's decision, his desperation, while unacceptable, is at least understandable. Unfortunately, at the time I was unaware of the full extent of his situation. I paused, giving the illusion I was gathering my thoughts while using the Force to divine what would be the best way to answer. While not a foolproof way to do things, doing so was giving me a not insignificant advantage. Otherwise, things might have turned out differently. I sighed in regret. What was that situation exactly? The defender perked up. I know that given my complicated relationship with members of the Jedi Council, my words must be taken with a grain of salt. I made sure I looked apologetic. It was shortly before the first battle of Geonosis and the Star of the War that Anakin's mother back on Tatooine was kidnapped by Sand People. I'm sure you'll wonder how that tragic event has any relevance on General Skywalker's actions above Geonosis. I smiled sadly. That's correct, General, the judge stated. However, I'll allow this line of questioning for now. Thank you, Your Honor. I inclined my head towards the judge. Thanks to this abilities as a Jedi, Anakin was aware that something had happened to his mother even if he hadn't been in contact with her ever since he became a part of the Jedi Order. He took his concerns to an available Jedi Master he trusted and asked for help, for permission to go to Tatooine and save his mother. A reasonable course of action, wouldn't you say? My smile got sadder still. Certainly more reasonable than his actions above Geonosis. The prosecutor quipped, earning himself a pointed look from the judge. Sorry, Your Honor, that was out of turn. Yes, Genera, quite reasonable. I take it what happened next helps to explain why my client was less than reasonable during his second visit to Geonosis. Less than reasonable. It took some effort of will not to laugh. That's certainly an understated way to put it. Anakin's request was denied. He was told that he should simply let go of his attachments, that his mother dying would be a good thing, even if not in those precise words. I paused for effect. I don't think that many of you would be surprised to learn that Anakin ignored that advice and did indeed go to Tatooine to find his mother. That shows a pattern of insubordination and disregarding orders. By doing so, he endangered Senator Amidala, and it was his job to protect her at the time. The prosecutor objected. Did he? The defender countered. The good senator was in no danger on Tatooine. It could be argued that she was safer there because that world was probably the last place the Confederate assassins after her would have looked. The senator was only in danger when she decided to go with my client to Geonosis to help his Jedi master, Obi-Wan Kenobi, who was in captivity at the time. I'm not sure if you're trying to help the defended or damning him with faint praise. The judge looked at me. Is there a point to this story? While I can see some parallels, it doesn't really help the accused. I'm almost done, Your Honor. While what I'm telling you certainly won't clear General Skywalker from all charges, I hope it might prove a mitigating circumstance to be taken under advisement when his sentence is decided, I said smoothly. I'll allow it. As a trained Force user yourself, you certainly have a better insight in the defendant's thought process than we do. The judge said, Thank you. What happened is Anakin finding his mother in a terrible condition. She had been tortured to the brink of death. I looked sadly at Skywalker. She died in his arms moments after they reunited. Why that's important? Senator Amidala, Anakin Skywalker's wife, was placed in not a dissimilar position. She was in pain he could feel even through the distance of space, and both the Jedi and GAR officers advised against an attempt to secure a suspected antidote that was supposed to be held at a fortified location on Geonosis. My and the other officers' reasoning was that the information about the cure was deliberately leaked to us and was nothing more than a trap and a way to bring General Skywalker closer to falling to the dark side. While I hope that the Jedi had similar concerns, now that I know their track record with people close to Anakin, I'm not so sure, I said in a low voice. Knowing what had happened to his mother, I would have certainly approached the situation from a different angle, explained my reasoning better. How so? The defender asked. In hindsight, I can see how Anakin believed that history was repeating itself, how a woman he loved dearly, the wife who was his primary reason to fight so hard and valiantly for the Republic, was discarded and left to suffer and die. How none of us cared about her fate and simply expected him to swallow another loss and do nothing, even if it was in his power to try. I shook my head. While his past doesn't absolve General Skywalker of responsibility for his actions, I firmly believe that what happened can't be laid squarely on his shoulders. I know that the facts of the case are clear. That Anakin simply can't be cleared of the charges. Doing so would mean spitting at the grave and sacrifices of every man and woman who had ever fought for the Republic. Yet, if I may be so bold, might I make a suggestion to the jury about the judgment they're about to render at the end of this trial? Given your service to the Republic and your role as General Skywalker's commanding officer at the time of the events in question, I have no trouble granting such a request, General Vale. Thank you, Your Honor. I believe it's clear to everyone that actions have consequences. That is something especially important for maintaining discipline and avoiding various disasters in a military organization like the Republic Armed Forces. Yet there are different ways to make that lesson stick, to give justice to the people who died above Geonosis. In my professional opinion, while a prison term or worse might be well-deserved given General Skywalker's actions, such a sentence would be less than ideal given our circumstance. As we're all painfully aware, we're at war, one that is going to get uglier and even more vicious before the situation improves. Because of that, my professional recommendation is that you consider an alternative sentence for General Skywalker. I paused. The judge had to silence the observers, who were getting louder and louder as my tale unfolded. Please explain your reasoning, General. The judge ordered once order was restored. Right now, I don't trust General Skywalker with command. Perhaps I won't trust him in a position of authority ever again, I stated sadly. However, that doesn't change a simple fact. He is a handy with that lightsaber of his, and his abilities with the Force can be a powerful power multiplier. I suggest the following. Whatever sentence General Skywalker receives to be replaced with a mandatory service in the army as a common soldier so his abilities could be put to use saving Republic lives. He owes both the army, navy, and the Republic itself more than 30,000 lives. Give him the opportunity to save at least that many of our soldiers. If he breaks any regulation without an excellent reason, if he goes rogue again or do something else out of bounds, then his original sentence will go back into effect, no matter if it is a life sentence or death penalty. Give the man an opportunity to redeem himself, that's all I ask of you. The resulting uproar forced the judge to have the observers removed by military police. Hopefully my speech was going to keep Anakin's head away from the chopping block and out of Palpy's hands. Otherwise, I would have to dispose of Skywalker in a short order to avoid further complications. On the bright side, even if the jury turned out unreasonable, I still might retain Padmé's political support. Well, as long as I don't have to put down her husband. 123rd. Chapter 31, Parts 3 and 4. Phase 31, Ancient Sith and Other Monsters, =RK equals. Part 3, Captain's Quarters, Cruiser Remembrance, en route to Tython, hyperspace. Arranging to make myself scarce for a week or two was harder than anticipated. It took citing my duties as Mandalore, talking with Horus about covering for me, and a few 20-hour days while I helped Obi-Wan and company with crafting some contingency plans. Even more deception was required so I could slip from both Republic and Jedi surveillance, including half of my Mandalorian guards running interference. Yet in the scheme was more or less successful, and I found myself on board of the first silencer-equipped ship since the Great War ended. Bo and the most trustworthy of the security detail she created for me came too. I had the nagging feeling that their help would be needed at our destination. Once we landed, the cruiser went into hyperspace before we had a chance to disembark our shuttle. Captain Trek, it's good to see you in again. I greeted the man who ran my clandestine operations. The same to you, sir. Ma'am, we had a close call on Mandalore. Trek grimaced. From what he reported, it was a sheer luck that his transport survived after finding itself between Grievous's fleet and the defending forces. The clone saluted and sent a lieutenant to show my Mandalorians to the barracks and mess hall. I'm glad to inform you that the Remembrance is fully operational, Trek announced, his voice brimmed with pride over a job well done. Please follow me to my quarters where we can talk freely. Lead the way, Captain. Anything I need to know since our last chat? I asked. We tested the weapon in an asteroid field while awaiting your arrival, General. While there are some trouble with the targeting software, the silencer performed satisfactory, the captain said. Splendid work, Trek. Give my regard to your people. You all outdid yourselves. I praised him. In my experience, a properly measured use of the carrot and stick method worked best for motivating people. Going full retard and murdering your minions for no good reason, just to encourage a tiny bit of increased productivity, tended to be less than efficient in the long term, at least when you had competent people running things. Soon enough, we reached our destination and Trek invited us in. His quarters were a bit bigger than the rooms where the rest of the ship's officers made their home away from home, but beyond a few knickknacks he had picked while running errands for me all across the galaxy, the place was no different from that on other Venators, well, if you didn't count the elaborate CAF machine in the corner. Speaking about cruisers, making sure I got my hands of a handful of them to modify with experimental tech was a pain and half in the arse. Hopefully the silencer would perform as well as I expected, because otherwise I would be having a lot of issues with my friends in intelligence who arranged for the ships in the first place. Please make yourselves comfortable. Can I offer you something? Caf? Tea, perhaps? Trek asked. Caf will be all right for me. Bo? I asked my wife. I'll take a cup too. So are you going to tell us where are we going? My wife asked. There's proper information security, and then there's your latest shenanigans. Just a moment. Couldn't risk the Jedi hearing about it. I apologized. We're going to be saving my former master. As in the Sith Lord who trained you. Bo frowned at me. Who's supposed to be dead if I'm not mistaken? Technically, she's been kinda immortal for a few hundred years before I met her. Ah, because that makes everything better. My wife groaned. I had the sneaking suspicion I wouldn't be getting lucky tonight. Complicated for certain, I quipped. We'll be rescuing her because, Bo asked and glared at me. A very good question. I believe she has answer we might need. Besides, I kinda owe her one. I frowned. I think. While Zash tried to possess my body, something that didn't really work for her, thanks to my buddy Kem, she was very useful after that misunderstanding. Zash did help me rebuild my body and retain my sanity after I criffed up like a champion in pursuit for power. We're going where exactly? Bo sighed. This are going to be bothersome, I just know it. She muttered quietly. Tython. It was where the Jedi of old ran to after the Empire burned down their temple during the sack of Coruscant. According to some histories I've read, it was the seat of the Jedi, the precursors of both the Jedi and the Sith. I hope you'll be able to get us there, sir. Trek added his 2 credits. From what I could find, the system has been unreachable ever since the hyperlanes leading there collapsed a long time ago. Once you get us to the coordinates I sent you, I should be able to plot us a safe course, I said. With Zash acting as a beacon through the Force and decent star charts, it should be doable. Trek simply nodded and offered us our cups. Damn, I got to get myself one of those machines. The caf was excellent. With the pleasantries out of the way, I would like a status report, Captain, I ordered. As you wish, sir. Military, infrastructure, or special projects first? Trek asked. Special. The operation on Yavin proceeds apace. We've got the basic colony up and running, and our new guests have settled in nicely. That was one project that I would have to find some help with. Unless something changed radically and likely for the worse, it didn't look like that I would have time to properly train the nucleus of my planned new Sith. Plus, I really didn't look forward to teaching kids the basics. Perhaps once the war was done and Arya and Jabo's training was complete, I could delegate. Still, that was one long-term project, and the few kids I managed to retrieve, while everyone was after the future, Jedi younglings were still babes in arms, so to speak. Good. Status on your archaeological digs. I wasn't sure if I should find this amusing or sad. Digging up bunkers I personally created for rainy day was time-consuming effort, often requiring a lot of searching around even with my instructions. At some places the geography had changed significantly in 3,500 years. Not to mention that more than a few places had actually self-destructed after someone tried to loot them. The same was true for the low-key Imperial caches that I could recall. Still, the fact that Trek's men were able to retrieve the chips that made the silencer possible more than made up for the time and resources invested in this operation. That would be true even if we didn't recover anything else useful. which wasn't the case. After all, I didn't conjure the schematics for the basilic droids and other goodies for my Mandalorians from thin air. We simply lack the necessary resources to seek Force sensitives for future training. The few we've located was more due to luck than anything else. We encountered them while browsing the black markets for Jedi or Sith artifacts. I have a list of what we've recovered. Trek grimaced. Unfortunately, we simply are unable to confirm if the artifacts are genuine. Some do feel weird on close inspection, but if it's the Force or something else. The clone shrugged. I'll be inspecting them once I have the time. Hopefully that endeavor hasn't been a complete waste of time and money. Even after taking over a portion of Coruscant's underworld and placing a few of my agents and folks from intelligence in charge, to look for CIS saboteurs and spies trying to infiltrate us that way. Of course, not to mention the taking over that 2-bit pirate's treasure and all his blackmail information, I still found myself with less liquid assets that I liked. Industry? I inquired. We've located 2 suitable systems so far. As far as we can determine, they're unknown to the galaxy at large. One is actually quite close to the jump-off point where we're heading, and its location in the deep core is better. The other is in the unknown regions. As you specified, the systems do have dense natural asteroid fields, complete with a lot of useful resources, and the stellar geography is such that access to them is limited to just a few useful approaches. However, until we have the necessary resources, anything but establishing outposts would be unfeasible. Send me the complete data on the locations. I think we'll share the one in the core with the Republic. A secret shipyard system could come in handy if the war drags out, and it would be quite useful if something goes wrong in the future, I thought aloud. Will do, sir. Next, the shipyard we've leased for our cover as PMC are working at schedule so far, though there are some concerns about the chips. In order to produce them at the necessary quality, we need a certain rare crystal. My people are experimenting with substitutes. Some modern chips, for example, have better characteristics, but they tell me the architecture is different, and if we're to use them, the silencer would need a moderate redesign, which would require resources and time we currently don't have. Just get me as many silencer-equipped ships as humanly possible before the Confederacy strikes. I hope that after the dust settles, I'll have more assets to work with. Either that, or I'll be executing my go-to-hell plans. Bo, who had been quite bored during the report so far, perked up. You've been talking about that silencer a lot. What exactly is it? My wife asked. Care to do the honors, Captain? I asked Trek. It will be pleasure, sir. The clone stood up and went to the desk in the back of the compartment. He activated the terminal and played a video for my wife. This, my dear, is what my people were working towards since I became a general. I smiled in satisfaction. Bo whistled when she saw a recording of the silencer's latest test firing. We could have used it at Mandalore. Unfortunately, the prototype was still a couple of weeks from being ready, ma'am, Trek explained. A pity, Bo sighed. On the other hand, now it will be a nasty surprise for the Confederacy. I'm counting on it. My smile became feral. How many of those toys do you have? Bo asked. That would be telling, my dear. It's a surprise, I teased. RK equals. Part 4, Officer Quarters, Cruiser Remembrance, en route to Tython. Hyperspace. Tell me about this Zash of yours, Bo asked. My wife was cuddled next to me in a rather distracting manner on the small bed in the quarters we were staying for the duration of the trip. My former masters, she's complicated. Zash was one of the sanest Sith Lords I knew, one of the most dangerous too. It was under her guidance I became powerful and cunning enough to face against Dark Council members and not only survive but kill them, I said. Was that longing for a past long gone I could hear in my voice? I didn't take you for the melancholic sort, love. Bo shifted and rested her head on my chest so she could look me in the eyes. I shouldn't be surprised, though. People don't really think about where you came from, do they? Don't know or don't care that everything you fought for, everything you achieved, had been dust for the longest time. True, dear. There were moments when I wondered, what the hell am I doing here? I've been going through the motions, plotting, seeking power, because that's what Sith do. Yet I had no real purpose, no reason to fight, beyond enjoying the act itself. I smiled fondly. You and the Mandalorian people gave me a purpose. Made my life much more complicated too. I'm glad to be of service. How much trouble is Zash going to be? Bo asked. It depends. Unless she's changed significantly, Zash would be more interested in continuing her research more than anything. Though not unlike myself, she'll likely seek enough power and a position secure enough to ensure that no one would criff with her without thinking long and hard. How she'll go about it, that's going to be complicated. If the Jedi overreact as I expect them to do, things are going to get ugly. I don't know. If she offers her services to the Republic, like you did, she might do all right. Bo looked thoughtful. You're Mandalore. Why don't you offer her a job? Finance her research or something, and offer her a quiet place to play with her toys in exchange of aiding us. If Zash agrees, that would be a delicious irony. I used to be her errand boy for years, even if I was well paid and offered some vital training in better understanding and using the Force in exchange. I beamed at my wife. That's a splendid idea, my love. I leaned forward and caught her lips in a kiss. We didn't get much sleep that night. RK equals Outer System, Tython. It took us 5 days, 2 of which I spent concentrating through the Force over a nav computer to create a course that wouldn't see us end in a star, black hole, or smeared through half the galactic core. By the time I finished, my head was about to explode, and I was down for our final leg of the journey while recovering in bed. Yet it worked. When we exited hyperspace, I could feel we were in the right place, even before our sensors could give us a clear image of the system. Captain, I want the place saturated with sensor probes. Get recon flights out and keep in constant contact with them. There's only one inhabitable planet in the system. Take us there, but do your best to mask our approach for as long as possible. I want constant nav updates for an emergency jump out of system if we run into something we can't handle. There's something or someone familiar and disturbing in the region, I ordered. On it, sir. The captain went on to issue his own set of orders. Bo? I asked. We're ready, Mandalore. Command us. My wife answered formally. She was wearing the same armor she fought me in and was armed to the teeth, just like my Mandalorian security detail. We're ready to go too, General. Lieutenant Oleg, the commander of the clone platoon that would provide me with more punch and tactical options, announced. It was unfortunate, but my spec ops ships simply didn't have enough personnel for anything resembling full ground complement. The troopers assigned to my handful of cruisers could barely cover internal security, much less fight a proper ground campaigns. That was the price paid for reasonable amount of secrecy. Is our objective here as expected, sir? Trek asked me. She's here. I can sense her presence. I said and closed my eyes. I concentrated on the Force and used it to expand my awareness far beyond the ship I was on. Tython felt wild, untamed. I could feel both sides of the Force clashing on the planet's surface and causing an upheaval. This world was truly unique in the galaxy. I stilled my wandering mind and concentrated on the familiar presence of my former master. Even with Tython in the background, or perhaps because of it, I could easily divine her presence. Zash was in orbit, either on station or ship. The familiar and disturbing presence grew sharper. It was quite close to Zash. I shifted my awareness and pushed. The image of a woman's face, one framed by graying red hair, flashed through my mind. She was much older than I remembered, but there was no mistaking the woman. Kira Carson. My concentration slipped as I felt overwhelming fury. Where that woman went, her accursed husband wouldn't be far behind. I snarled and the dark side rose around me in glee. Jedi Master Jared Perion, the man who killed the Emperor. The same bastard who argued for the assassination of my first wife and helped persuade his friends in Republic Special Operations to green-light the operation. The one criffing Jedi I couldn't get before finding myself in the future. I laughed. His precious wife was somehow here, close to Zash. Captain, flank speed. I want concentrated sensor sweeps over the planet. There's either a ship or space station over the South Pole. I want you to plot a hyperspace jump right on top of it. Disable its weapons and clear us a way for landing. Kill anything that gets in range until we come back. I hissed my orders. The people on the bridge were giving me uneasy glances. Even people blind to the Force could sense the rage I emanated and feel the temperature falling rapidly while the dark side raged around me. I didn't care. My vengeance was finally at hand. Del Qatar, what the criff? My wife exclaimed. I turned to look her in the eyes and she flinched. That gave me pause. I examined Bo, then grit my teeth and took control of my emotions. I don't know how the criff is possible, but one of the people responsible for the murder of my first wife is in here, close to our objective. I took a deep breath. The primary mission stays the same, recover Zash. However, I'm expanding it. I want the computer core of that ship, base, whatever sliced in, and as much information taken. I'll be dealing with any rogue Jedi who try to stop us. Bo looked at me for a long moment, then nodded. We'll talk about it later. Your orders will be executed, Mandalore. 124, Chapter 31, Parts 5 and 6. Phase 3-1, Ancient Sith and Other Monsters. RK equals. Part 5, Republic Station, Pillar of the Fallen. High orbit above Tython. Kira Carson was observing her apprentice dueling against two younger Padawans in the training hall when she felt a disturbance in the Force. That by itself wasn't a notable event. They were above Tython after all, and the planet below them was becoming a death world racked by Force storms. No, it was a sudden surge of anger and a hint of a presence she had felt before that made the Jedi stop and take notice. Kira closed her eyes and concentrated. The world around her became distant when she let the Force flow through her. The Jedi Master gasped. All she could feel was fury, directed at her own person. The dark side was practically boiled, and what felt like a tidal wave, made of its very substance, was approaching. Kira fell to her knees and struggled to breathe. The sheer presence she felt was simply suffocating. Master! The Padawans had ceased their training and ran up to her. I'm all right, Denny. Kira gave a wan smile to her pupil, then her features became serious. Prepare yourselves. A great darkness is coming. The Jedi Master grabbed the offered hand of her Padawan and arose to her feet. She used the Force to activate her comm and contact the station's commander. Captain Harris, we're about to have uninvited visitors. Battle stations. All Jedi and security personnel prepare to repel borders. Send a distress signal. We'll probably need help, Kira ordered. What are your orders, Master? Denny asked. The Jedi Master looked her Padawan in the eyes. The Zabrak girl was so sure that Kira knew what to do and could do no wrong. She smiled fondly at her student. Be careful. I'm almost positive that there are Sith coming. Go augment the defense forces. I'll grab my armor and meet you in the hangar. Sith? Here and now? Denny exclaimed. Her green eyes widened comically. That's what I sense. Don't play heroes. That goes for you all. I'll engage the Sith, Kira ordered firmly. As you wish, Master. The teenagers agreed without a hint of protest. Good. Let's go. Kira nodded and sprinted towards the door. Moments later, she was heading down the outer ring of the mushroom-shaped station, which was the most direct way to her quarters. She was passing around a row of windows showing countless twinkling stars and a small part of Tython's south pole, when a tremor through the Force made her look up. Nothing happened for a heartbeat, then at least a kilometer-long cruiser exited hyperspace dangerously close to the station. That presence, the Sith, they were on that ship. Kira stumbled when she sensed it properly. Vile! The Jedi Master hissed. Any thought about getting into her armor was forgotten. The warship's cannons rotated and aimed at the station. Sirens screamed, and the hallway was illuminated by blinking red lights. Then the cruiser opened fire, and blue ion bolts slammed into the station before its shields could come online. The Jedi Master was pretty sure that they were out of commission now. The deck below Kira shuddered, and she grabbed the wall to keep herself on her feet. The ship outside shifted vector to interpose its armored belly between the pillar's guns and its hangars. Then it began disgorging squadrons of fighter and bombers, followed by landing craft. Kira swore and sprinted towards the hangar. RK equals. Hangar Bay C, Republic Station, Pillar of the Fallen. High orbit above Tython. Denny Strum met a squad of soldiers on her way to the hangars and joined them in sprinting that way. The young Zabrak was both excited and frightened by the prospect of engaging in a real combat for the first time. She had been just assigned to Master Carson when their task force encountered an anomaly in hyperspace, and ended in this strange and terrible future. From what Denny learned, there was still a republic, which controlled most of known space. Yet that state had precious little in common with the republic she and everyone in the fleet had sworn to protect. All it took was a cursory scan on the holonet to see it. This republic was a corrupt, barely working mess. It was the corpse of a dead beast, was taking its last inefficient breath. That made the remnants' course pretty simple. They covertly joined the forming confederacy of independent systems and prepared to tear down the abomination using the name of their proud nation. Well, the Jedi Knights and the military did so. For the support personnel and the Padawans, the last few years were quite boring, just training and making sure that the fleet was not only properly supplied and repaired, but upgraded with modern technology too. The Padawan led the soldiers into the hangar and looked around. There were a handful of shuttles and fighters, nothing that would be really useful unless they had to flee, which was impossible. With Master Carson on board, the Sith would be dispatched in a short order. Denny just knew it. Her teacher was one of the most powerful and experienced Jedi in the whole Jedi Order. A handful of Sith, especially the weak imposters of this era, would pose no challenge. The Padawan was sure of it. "Take cover and set up the heavy weapons," the Jedi ordered. She glanced at the troopers and smiled. They were already doing so. The two heavy weapons specialists were headed towards a row of heavy durasteel crates, with the rest spreading out to cover the rest of the hangar. "Denny, I'm at Hangar A. It's quiet so far." Padawan Milo Chris, a fellow Zabrak, reported. "I'm on my way to B," Trin Yord announced a moment later. He was the youngest of the trio, a 14-year-old human with a fierce temperament and a wild shoulder-length brown hair that tried to match his disposition. "Defense teams, be advised. Enemy landing craft are inbound. The defense grid is crippled and our shield is down. Prepare to repel borders. The QRF is committed. You have to buy our security personnel enough time to arm and armor themselves," Captain Harris announced. "This is Padawan Strum. I hear you loud and clear, sir. We'll keep them busy for as long as possible." The words were barely out of Denny's mouth when the Force warned her of immediate danger. "Take cover," the Jedi shouted and threw herself behind a stack of crates, before then used her powers to create a telekinetic shield around herself. It wasn't a moment too soon. Something hit the hangar doors and turned them into half-molten shrapnel that scythed through the compartment. Large pieces crippled the fighters, but only dented the bulkier and armored shuttles. A large object tore its way through what remained of the doors, then slammed into the side of one of the transport. The sound of shearing and grinding metal made the Padawan wince. Denny jumped on her feet and looked at the devastation. Her timely warning had saved the soldiers. She could feel that only one was wounded, but the rest were all right. The hangar looked like a war zone, which she guessed it was now. The Padawan drew her lightsaber and looked at the ship that forced its way in. Its rear ramp opened with a screech and two spheres flew out. They detonated a moment later, obscuring the assault shuttle within fast-expanding clouds of smoke. The Padawan didn't need eyes to see the intruders. They were sprinting out of the ship and spreading out in a search for cover. Unfortunately, whatever was in that smoke was good enough to prevent the soldiers' visors from piercing it. They opened blind fire, which Denny knew wouldn't hit a thing unless by sheer luck. This couldn't be allowed to stand. She gave out a war cry and charged the enemy. The Padawan deflected two blaster bolts that flew too close for comfort, before using the Force to grab a nearby enemy and throw him at the ceiling with bone-crushing force. Then Denny jumped through the smoke and landed in front of another intruder and impaled him on her blade. It quickly became obvious that the concealment worked both ways. She was able to dispatch 6 soldiers before the rest were aware she was among them. "Criff, a Jedi, they've got a Jedi," a trooper clad in what Denny knew to be this era's Republic standard armor shouted. He tried to shoot her, but she simply sent his shots back at him. They burned through his shield and armor alike, killing the man. "We're on it. Just keep their soldiers off our backs," a deep voice boomed. Denny glanced at where the sound came from, and thanks to the Force, she could make out 3 men and a woman advancing towards her. They had sheathed their blasters and instead pulled out vibroblades. The Padawan frowned at that. She tried to crush the one she thought was the leader, yet his armor resisted her efforts. She pushed harder, and the man slowed his approach. He grunted and struggled against her telekinetic hold. Denny was about to channel even more energy in her telekinesis, however a sense of imminent danger made her jump back. The two mounted flamethrowers wielded by the other men came to life and came too close to engulfing the Padawan in liquid fire. The flames pushed the smoke away, and Denny saw who she was facing. The general design of the armor was recognizable even if it had evolved in the last few thousand years. The four Mandalorians the Padawan faced gave out war cries of their own and charged her. Denny cursed and dashed right when an enemy trooper tried to shoot her in the back, which gave the quartet just enough time to reach her. She parried a slash, ducked under a thrust, and had to retreat when another torrent of liquid fire was unleashed upon her. This time she wasn't nearly fast enough, and the cape of her armored robes was caught by the flames. She briefly glanced at the soldiers she led here, but they were busy trading shots with the rest of the intruders. RK equals Hangar Bay. B. Republic Station, Pillar of the Fallen. High orbit above Tython. Trin Yord was the odd one out among the Padawans being trained on the station. For example, he was the only one who didn't come with them from the past, and that was a concept he still struggled with, even when saw proof about it. More importantly, the human youth shouldn't have been able to train to be a Jedi. He didn't have the Force until a couple of years ago when he met Master Jared and was given an offer he couldn't possibly refuse. Trin was a trader's son from a sparsely populated world in the Outer Rim. Life as a kid had been good, up until his father's ship had been seized by a Republic patrol for contraband, which wasn't really true. His dad and his clients simply refused to pay the back-breaking tariffs that the Senate had leveled over their home sector. His father lost his ship and things went downhill for the Yord family. A couple of very tough years followed those events, and the only light in the tunnel were some people from the Confederacy who wanted to hire his dad's service. That's how he first met Master Jared, while he helped his dad on a transport course for the Jedi. A malfunction in the hyperdrive that made them limp at sublight for a week before being rescued gave Trin an opportunity to talk with Master Jared. He still didn't know why the Jedi made him the offer. Perhaps it was because the hatred he held towards the Republic and everything it did to the colonies. Perhaps it was because of his childhood dream to be a Jedi. In the end, Trin didn't really care. The Jedi Master made the offer, he accepted, and a month later he was through a place called the Valley of the Jedi. An amazing place that awoke the Force in Trin. Even now, 2 years later, the Padawan couldn't really put into words what exactly happened. All he knew for sure was that at one moment he was just ordinary old Trin. Then it felt like he had been a blind and deaf cripple who could suddenly see the world for the first time. Sensing the Force, feeling it flow through him, being trained how to harness it. After all that, Trin was Master Jared's man through and through. That's why the very thought that someone dared attack this place, a station under his master's protection, infuriated the young Padawan. He was determined to prove that he was worthy of the gifts Jared had given him. All thoughts of glorious success were thrown out of Trin's head when something crashed into the station and he struggled to remain on his feet. The Padawan could hear explosions coming from the nearby hangars, and he still hadn't reached the one he was supposed to protect. "Follow me," Trin shouted and ran faster. A louder crash sounded from just around the corner, and the following tremor did throw him off his feet. The Padawan cursed. He was too late. Trin got up and sprinted into the hangar and paid no attention to the soldiers behind him. When he turned the corner, he faced devastation. The fighters parked into the hangar were all destroyed. The only relatively intact ship was a large shuttle, which appeared to have blasted its way in. Its ramp was down, and armored men and women were disembarking. The Padawan grabbed his lightsaber and activated it. He was going to stop those people. Trin charged the intruders, then abruptly stopped when his feet refused to move forward. He was staring at the armored figure that was leading the assault. The Padawan recoiled at the sticky cloud of fury and loathing surrounding that man. It was like the dark side itself was manifesting and destroying Trin's courage. The young human clutched his saber in both hands and held it in front of the approaching monster as if it could ward off the darkness. Trin felt cold. He knew that this was his death approaching, and it terrified him. It also made him angry. That emotion was enough to awake his frozen courage. The Padawan snarled and charged the man. A lightsaber appeared in the monster's hand and activated mid-swing. It battered Trin's blade with contemptuous ease, and before the Padawan could react, the crimson saber burned through his chest armor and seared his lungs. It wasn't fair. He finally had everything he ever dreamed of, the Padawan thought. Trin looked down at the blade impaling his chest and frowned. Wasn't this supposed to hurt? The lightsaber pulled out and suddenly Trin was on the ground, looking up at a headless corpse. His vision grew dark, and darkness claimed him. =RK equals. Part 6. Hangar Bay. Be at Republic Station. Pillar of the Fallen. High orbit above Tython. No, Trin, a female voice shouted. I could feel the woman's anguish, and it was like fine glass of brandy. A friend of yours, Kira, I taunted while examining her. Carson wore a set of robes similar to those once upon a time favored by Satele Shan. The Jedi martyr looked older, more tired than I remembered. For a moment I wondered how long she had been in this age, then dismissed the thought. I would figure it out eventually. The Jedi was followed into the hangar by 5 power-armored soldiers. Their outfit was familiar. It was the same overall design, like the samples recovered from the unknown that engaged one of my units on Naboo during the search for the younglings. That explained much. I've been wondering for some time how the timeline could go to hell so fast. It was now obvious I had help in that regard. Vile! Carson spat my name as if it was the vilest of curses. At your service, my dear. My, what a curious company you have. Terrorism, war crimes, you've been busy. I nodded at the soldiers behind her. The irony was delicious. How the mighty had fallen, their exploits were almost worthy of Sith. That's rich coming from a monster like you, the Jedi snapped. I'll deal with my old acquaintance. You know your orders. Keep safe, Bo. I nodded at my wife and raised my hands. The old Republic troopers were lifted in the air under my will, despite their force-resistant armor. Then I hurled them at the back of the hangar with enough force to make sure they wouldn't be an issue ever again. Kira pulled out her favored double-bladed lightsaber and ignited its emerald blades. You shall not pass, the Jedi Master hissed. You know, I've been here for a whole year now. Ever since I found myself in the future, I've had to hold back or risk freaking the natives enough that they would go after me as a too great a threat. I gave her a chilling smile. I've had resigned myself that my vengeance would remain unfulfilled. Yet here we are. Where is that worthless husband of yours, Kira? I asked and charged her. I could no longer keep my fury at bay. Nor did I want to. The dark side draped itself over me like a lover, and I let myself go. Our blades met, and I used a telekinetic push to throw her out of the way. The Jedi countered expertly, and the only effect my attack had was buffering her robes with a bit of displaced air. Kira glared venomously at me. The debris all around us rose in the air under her control, and she sent them all my way. I laughed and froze them within a stasis field, then pushed back the Jedi Master and released a torrent of Sith lighting at her. She caught it on her blade, yet the attack staggered her for a moment. I took advantage of that and jumped on the offensive and pushed her yet farther away from the exit. Bo and my guards sprinted out and went in search of their objectives. I've been looking up to this moment for years, Kira, I hissed at the Jedi Master. The Force jumped to obey my will. A cloud of dark miasma formed around me and flew at the Carson. The Jedi jumped out of the way and staggered when I pressed against her mental shields. She shook her head and glared after, fending my attempt to drive her insane. The Jedi Master retaliated by forming a ball of pulsing energy around her left hand and throwing it my way. I shielded myself with the Force, and it was my turn to stagger when the sphere detonated and tried to disintegrate me. My defense held, and I laughed in joy. I didn't even know how much I missed facing a worthy opponent. I'll almost regret gutting the bitch. Carson threw a bunch of debris my way to conceal her next attack, an attempt to catch me into a stasis field. I simply drew on the dark side and blasted away the projectiles before collapsing her technique. My turn, I exclaimed joyfully and released an omnidirectional telekinetic pulse. Kira released one in turn, but my attack was just a distraction to buy me a couple of seconds. The dark side sang around me as I drank deeply from her poisoned well. The power flowing through me lifted my body off the ground while I channeled that energy into a lighting storm I unleashed at the Jedi Master. This wasn't an attack that could be countered by something as simple as a lightsaber blade. Tendrils of purple lighting slashed from both the deck and ceiling. They picked up pieces of shattered metal as a mere side effect and turned half the hangar into a web of dancing energy. Carson fell on her knees and raised her lightsaber in a horizontal position, using it as a focus to create a spherical shield around her body. Lighting struck it again and again. The woman screamed when her defense flickered and pseudo-electricity arched all over her body. Yet the shield held until my attack was spent. Kira was on her knees, panting with wisps of smoke rising from her robes. I landed lightly on my feet and took a deep breath. The attack took more of me than it should have, though I was very far from spent. "Is that all you've got, Sith?" The Jedi Master spat and got up. "I haven't started yet, Jedi." I snapped at her and sent a jolt of lighting her way. Kira danced away from my attack, then tried to lift me in the air. I released a pulse of raw force energy and shattered her grip before it could properly form before retaliating in kind by trying to choke her. The Jedi Master gasped, but managed to break my hold almost immediately. She snarled at me. I felt her attempt to crush my mind. Kira's attack clawed at my mental shields and gave me a mild headache before I could shake it off. I retaliated in kind and leveled the power of the dark side against her mind. Carson fell on her knees and screamed as I battered her mental defenses. I could see her crying bloody tears before she roared and drew deeply from the dark side. That gave her strength enough to survive my onslaught with her sanity more or less intact. Kira got up and glared at me with her yellow eyes. I cackled. So much for the Jedi's vaunted restraint. I waved her to come at me. I wanted to tear her apart with my own hands. Kira closed her eyes for a moment. She was enveloped by an energy field made by the Force, which practically made her glow thanks to my connection with our power. I did the same, using the dark side, and an armor made of living shadows manifested over me. The Force invigorated me. It made me faster, stronger than humanly possible. I was sure Kira was doing the same. We stared at each other for a long moment. I grinned and charged. =RK equals Hangar Bay, Sierra Republic Station, Pillar of the Fallen. High orbit above Tython. Denny felt desperation raise its ugly head. The 4 Mandalorians were acting like a well-oiled machine. The moment she got any kind of advantage against one of their number, the rest redoubled their efforts and pushed her back. The troopers were pinned down by enemy fire and could offer her no help either. The Padawan almost got herself killed when she felt Trin die and stumbled. It was sheer dumb luck, or perhaps the Force throwing her a bone. That's the only way Strum could explain why she was still alive. Instead of gutting her, the Mandalorian she was facing at that moment didn't expect her mistake and missed her gut by a hair. She had to roll away from the woman who tried to torch her, only to stumble next to one of the men. A desperation-fueled telekinetic push shoved his blade away before it could split her skull open. Denny parried another slash, then barely dodged a thrust, only to find herself in the way of an armored boot that caught her in the ribs and sent her tumbling on the deck. Her armor blunted the kick enough to keep her ribs from cracking, but she would still feel it in the morning. Provided she was still alive to feel anything, a prospect that was looking less and less likely by the minute. Denny rolled over the debris-littered floor, away from a flamethrower blast, and got on her feet in time to meet the next attack. Then the Force smiled upon her. A security squad dashed into the hangar and immediately opened fire. They caught one of the Mandalorians attacking the Padawan off guard, and their concentrated fire burned through his shields and armor before he could react. The others wasted no time and rolled away towards the closest cover. "No, you don't," Denny snarled. She levitated a piece of a fighter wing and slammed it into one of the men. The Mandalorian was sent skidding over the deck, right in the open where the troopers blasted him apart. The Padawan was about to repeat that trick when she felt Milo die too. The shock staggered her, and she reacted too late when one of the enemies sent a burst in her side. Her deflector and armor took the brunt of the attack, however the last shot had enough energy to burn through. Denny screamed like a damned soul when molten alloy fused itself to her ribs. It was only thanks to the adrenaline flooding her veins and the Force enhancing her body that she was able to remain conscious and crawl away to the friendly position. Denny crashed behind a stack of metal crates next to the heavy weapons specialists and whimpered. One of the soldiers slapped a med pack on her neck and flooded her bloodstream with stimulants. The jolt made the Padawan shudder and cleared her mind. She closed her eyes and used the Force to soothe her wound. While she wasn't good enough to heal her injury in a short order, Denny still knew enough to numb it and make sure she wouldn't hurt herself even more while moving. "This is Captain Harris. We lost Hangar A. Jedi Master Carson is engaging a Sith in B and needs immediate assistance. Be advised we have at least half a platoon worth of enemy troops lose in the station. Security teams converge on the hangars, engineering and command center." Denny glanced over the crates. Security had the enemy here contained. "I'm going to help my master. Keep them bottled in until reinforcements arrive." The Padawan shouted and stumbled towards the exit. RK equals. Hangar Bay, be at Republic Station, Pillar of the Fallen, high orbit above Tython. Kira felt at least couple of decades younger. The Force sang to the Jedi Master as it flowed through her body. The world around her was sharper, clearer. Her injuries were soothed, and she felt powerful beyond measure. The Jedi Master inhaled slowly and stared at Viel. The maniac was enjoying this. A sense of determination filled her, that Sith had caused too much suffering and death to be allowed to win. He was here, in front of her, and Kira was going to be damned before she let him get away. A heartbeat later, they both exploded in motion. A Jedi and a Sith met in the center of the hangar. They were surrounded by wrecked ships, glowing debris, and a corona of metal hanging within a stasis field. Somehow that little taste of hell felt appropriate for the stage of their battle. Kira spun around, becoming a whirlwind of death. Her blade was alive in her hands, eager to bite into her old nemesis. The damned Sith was laughing and meeting her hit for hit. Their sabers met with such a force that each hit emitted blinding flash of light, yet the combatants were not bothered by the light show. The Jedi Master deflected a slash aimed to literally disarm her, then spun in place by using the Force to tremendously increase her speed. Her blade flashed and battered aside Viel's saber, then she finished her spin by kicking the man in the head with enough force to give an ordinary human a concussion. The Sith simply shook his head and laughed. He was upon her a moment later. Kira let everything but the battle fade from her mind. There was only the Sith in front of her and defeating him. Strike, parry, riposte, deflect, dodge, rinse and repeat. The Jedi Master was lost in her blade work and trusted the Force to warn her about any nasty surprises. She needed something more. An opening. A chance. Kira let dive deeper and deeper in the Force. She knew that the Force was with her. It was stronger than the dark side. That was a well-known fact. Yet she couldn't find an opening. Viel made no mistakes. The Jedi Master snarled in frustration. She needed more power. She had to win and end the madman here and now. Kira needed power. She was growing angry and frustrated. And the dark side answered her call. The Jedi Master felt a surge of power. Her strikes rained faster, hit harder. Viel was pushed back a step, then another. Kira smiled at the Sith. Surely this was it. She was going to win now. The bastard laughed in glee. He placed his feet firmly on the deck and refused to take a single step back. His own speed increased to mark her. His attacks gained additional power. The deck below them trembled each time their blades met. Kira snarled and grasped for yet more power. She could feel Viel doing the same, and her desperation to win increased. Each strike sent shockwaves through the hangar. The frozen debris were freed and a moment later flew away with enough velocity to dent the thick bulkheads. The deck itself protested under the abuse and rang like a gong. Yet it wasn't enough. Kira roared in defiance. She felt the Force answering her call and flooding her with even more of its essence. The Jedi Master felt her body tremble and struggle to contain the energy, yet it was worth it. She had never felt such power before. Kira glared at the Sith and simply willed him to die. Viel shook as the Force itself pressed upon him in an attempt to squash him like a bug. He roared in joy and tried to do the same to her. They were both enveloped by enough Force energy to become visible to even the blind. The Jedi Master screamed because of the strain she was under, screamed her fury and determination for the whole galaxy to hear. She wrestled the Force surrounding her and trusted at Viel like a battering ram. That should have been it. She just knew it. Yet the Sith did the same, and Kira had to struggle to contain the energy gathering between them. The two lances of pure force condensed into a sphere which soon became blinding. Kira's eyes widened and she jumped back in a force-assisted leap. The Jedi Master did her best to shield herself because she knew what was coming. The area where their attacks met destabilized and all that energy detonated like a bomb. Kira was caught in mid-air and knew that was it. She couldn't muster enough power fast enough to cushion her impact. Yet the bone-shattering crash into a bulkhead didn't materialize. Kira opened her eyes in confusion, then smiled in gratitude. Denny stood at the entrance. She looked worse to wear, but the Padawan had somehow not only prevented her from slamming into the wall, but shielded herself too. The much younger woman sprinted to her master's side and helped her up. "You did it, Master," Denny exclaimed in jubilation. "Did she?" a hated voice mocked. Kira's eyes widened and she looked up. Viel stood just a few meters away from the detonation. The deck in front of him was simply gone. A large chunk of it was disintegrated, and the hole showed the ruin of the level below the hangar. While the Sith's armor appeared to be battered, and the shadows that surrounded him like a second skin were gone, the man appeared unharmed. The Jedi Master took a stock of her situation. She gave everything she had, yet the Sith was undeterred. Kira grabbed her Padawan's shoulder and pulled herself up. "Denny, listen to me carefully. Get out of here and call evacuation. Find a shuttle and leave the system. Find Jared. This station is lost. I'll buy you as long as I can." "Master, we can't take him," Denny exclaimed in horror. "I can't leave you." "We need to walk separate paths now, Padawan. Where I'm headed, you should not follow for a long, long time." Kira smiled at the teen. "Denny, you still have your life in front of you. Don't waste it here." "Master." Such a touching moment. Viel chuckled darkly. "Go, girl, while I'm in a good mood. Go to Jared and tell the bastard I'll be waiting for him. Run now and tell him that his precious little wife died screaming." Denny gripped her lightsaber harder and glared at the Sith. "Don't listen to him, Denny. Don't let him provoke you. Do this for me, my friend. Go." Kira squeezed her Padawan's shoulder. "Master, I—" Denny trailed off. There were tears in her eyes. "I'll go. Here." The Padawan offered her lightsaber. Kira smiled fondly at her pupil and mouthed, "Go." The Jedi Master returned her attention to the Sith, who was circling around the hole in the deck. She ignited Denny's lightsaber and raised it in Sorosu stance. "You want me, you bastard? Come and get me," Kira shouted. "It will be my pleasure." Viel snarled and charged. Kira drew as much of the force as her battered body could handle. She was still faster and stronger than any human had a right to be. Would have put most cyborgs to shame. Viel was faster, stronger. Even with the Force, the Jedi Master had trouble following his blade. Only instinct born of decades on the battlefield let her survive the next few seconds. She only managed it by constantly falling back. It wasn't enough. The Sith's blood-colored blade bit into her left arm, making her gasp in pain. Kira moved to deflect the next strike, which was a feint. The crimson saber moved faster than her tired eyes could follow and sliced her left shoulder, making that arm useless. "No, not like this," Kira snapped. She simply refused to die like that, exhausted and cold, with an enemy who she was unable to at least cripple. Her emotions and pain gave ample fuel to the dark side, which eagerly answered her plea. Yet the simple sad truth was that even with that power boost, her body was giving out. Kira went in a last-ditch, desperate offensive. She met Viel strike for strike, allowed herself to hope she could take him down with her. Then it was all over, just like that. One moment Kira was attacking, then she stumbled back and stared dumbly at the stump where her right hand used to be. "And so it ends. Vengeance is mine," Viel declared. Kira looked at the Sith and saw a torrent of purple lighting. Her nervous system lit on fire. The sheer viciousness of the attack pulled her off her feet, and all she knew was agony. She felt her skin blacken, her organs slowly fry, yet there was no blessed oblivion. Only more pain than the human nervous system should be able to process. =RK equals. Hangar Bay B, Republic Station, Pillar of the Fallen. High orbit above Tython. Denny got out and called the station's commander. She knew that Captain Harris had been watching events unfold. He was aware what was happening. "This is Captain Harris. All hands, head to the nearest shuttle or escape pod." I repeat, all hands, head to the nearest shuttle of escape pod. Security personnel are to slow down the enemy and evacuate last. The Padawan entered the hangar she tried to defend earlier and fell to her knees. She could feel her master screaming in agony. She could sense an echo of Kira's pain, and that was enough to dazzle her. "Master," Denny whispered. She looked back the way she came. That monster was torturing her master to death. All Denny wanted was to go back and help Kira, even if she knew it was pointless. If a Jedi Master fell to the Sith, what chance she, a Padawan, had? Denny shook in helplessness and shame. To think that she believed the Sith of this age were easy to handle. How foolish. A blaster bolt flew past the Padawan's head and served to concentrate her mind. She looked around. The enemy were contained, yet that wasn't enough. The only thing Denny could do was to save the soldiers in here. She got up and snarled at the Sith's minions. They all had to die for following such a monster. Denny screamed in pain and fury, then charged at the enemy. She didn't need a lightsaber. She had the Force. The Padawan felt like she was freezing. Probably thanks to shock, and ignored the sensation. She raised a hand, and an enemy soldier was lifted in the air, then crushed like a can. Denny threw another one against the wreck of a fighter, and that man never moved again. Another was pulled in the sights of the Republic troopers, only to reduce to slag and cooked meat. "Push them back! Kill them!" Denny furiously snapped. Her men obeyed and followed her into the fray. Only the remaining Mandalorian proved an obstacle for the furious assault. Denny glared at them, then picked the wreck of a fighter with her mind and threw it at them. The Padawan looked around and gasped for breath. She was sure at least a few of the bastards were still alive, but she didn't have time for them. "We're taking their ship and getting away." After the firefight, the enemy shuttle was ironically the one most intact. "Go." Denny pointed at their way out. "RK secure storage, Republic Station, Pillar of the Fallen, high orbit above Tython." Deep in the bowels of the old Republic space station rested an ancient corpse protected by a stasis field. The coffin was made through alchemy to hold its occupant contained. Only the wild shifts in the currents of the Force, caused by the storms on the planet Bello, allowed the occupant of that body to manifest for short periods of time. She did so right then and there. The shimmering Force ghost of a short red-haired woman stood in front of the stasis pod that was her prison and smiled. Finally, after all those years, she was going to be free. "Warning, self-destruct sequence has been initiated. All personnel abandon ship. I repeat. You better hurry, apprentice, or I'll be haunting you to the grave and beyond." Darth Zash pouted. 125th. Chapter 31. Part 7. Phase 31. Ancient Sith and Other Monsters. RK. Part 7. Republic Station, Pillar of the Fallen, high orbit above Tython. "I want one of those." A Mandalorian ducked under a hail of blaster fire. "Complete with Beskar plating." "Grenade the bastards, mix of frag and concussion," Bo ordered. She had led her unit about halfway to the presumed location of the command center when they ran into a makeshift barricade complete with a blaster cannon and 2 squads of power-armored soldiers. Half a dozen grenades tumbled down the corridor and detonated. The explosions filled most of the compartment with shrapnel and caught the enemy in their blast wave. The confines of the corridor enhanced the effects of the latter and ensured that the enemy were dazzled despite their power armor. "Go!" Bo snapped and activated her jetpack. She flew down the corridor and tackled a man in power armor who was attempting to get back on his feet. Before he could recover, the Mandalorian woman leveled her wrist-mounted blaster at his visor and shot at it until she was sure he was dead. Her hand-picked warriors followed her example and either shot repeatedly at weak spots of the armor or used vibroblades as can openers. "That went easier than expected," Bo-Katan frowned. "Those jokers haven't faced proper Mandalorian warriors before." One of her men boasted. "If they fought in the Great War like Mandalore did, then odds are they actually did." Bo shrugged. Those were probably second-rate garrison troops." She waved her men to continue the advance. They weren't here to have fun. They were less than 100 meters from the command center, engaging another defensive position when the station's commander announced that he had activated the self-destruct. "Smoke 'em! Hit them with missiles, then charge. We need to break through now," Bo hissed in annoyance. The soldiers they were facing this time were competent too. They had set up their position so that lobbing in grenades was going to be problematic without someone exposing themselves on withering fire. However, that was less of a problem for the missiles favored by the Mandalorians. After all, they were multi-purpose. From limited AA and anti-tank work to resolving this exact type of tactical challenges, smoke grenades rolled around the corn towards the killing field and detonated, concealing their end of the corridor. Bo nodded, and two of her men went low and immediately launched their missiles. One was unlucky and received multiple E-web rounds to the helmet, more than enough firepower to remove his head. His buddy, however, managed to duck out just in time. The bastards were canny. They swept low so they could be sure to hit someone pulling similar stunt. That didn't help them in the end. The two missiles detonated and blew holes in the barricade. Another pair of Mandalorians repeated the maneuver and finished demolishing the obstacle. Then a third pair sent their missiles downrange. They followed them a moment later, using their jetpack. The rest of Bo's unit followed suit, and they fell upon a squad of power-armored troops who were waiting for them. What followed was a short-lived vicious brawl complete with point-blank shots, stabbing vibro blades, and an enemy coated from head to toe with liquid fire. The enemy went down hard and took with them 4 of Bo's people, with 2 more left as walking wounded. "Set charges." She pointed at the armored blast door protecting the command center, then kicked one of the corpses. That particular bastard killed 2 of her men and wounded a third before a blade found its way under his left armpit. =RK equals. Hangar Bay C, Republic Station, Pillar of the Fallen, high orbit above Tython. "Is everyone on board?" Denny shouted from the cockpit. She was busy familiarizing herself with the controls. While they weren't what she was used to, the Padawan was pretty sure she could get them airborne and in hyperspace. "We're in," the sergeant in charge of the troopers informed her. "Strap in. This is going to be a bumpy ride." Denny closed her eyes and concentrated on the Force. She needed to know where the enemy ships were. The Padawan knew she should keep the station between the shuttle and any unfriendly capitals, or this was going to be one very short ride. It took her almost a minute to gather enough concentration and figure out what was happening outside, but she managed it. The Force was with her. There was only one cruiser outside, and it was circling around the other side of the station, probably taking out any of the weapon emplacements. Unfortunately, there were a lot of fighters out there. Denny's hands went to the nav computer and she began calculating course. She wanted it ready the moment she broke away from Tython's gravity well. The Padawan doubted she would be able to keep the shuttle intact any longer than that. The wait was nerve-wracking. Denny felt like slapping the damned computer hard before it finally announced its successful number crunching with an annoyingly loud beep. "Ready or not, we're leaving," the Padawan announced. The shuttle rose under her ministrations. The repulsors whined in protest, but worked well enough. Denny rotated the shuttle and aimed its nose at the jagged hole where the hangar door used to be and activated the engines. The small ship shot out at maximum acceleration and Padawan left the Force guide her hand. A pair of enemy fighters flew past them but didn't engage. Denny smiled in relief because her hope that stealing the intruder's own shuttle would buy them precious seconds was vindicated. She flew towards the edge of the gravity well and paid no heed to the hails coming from the enemy cruiser. The shuttle's sensors detected multiple fighters vectoring their way. Now it was race against time. The only option Denny had left was to maneuver once they came into range. Or not. Multiple missiles locked onto the shuttle and launched seconds later. "Come on," Denny prayed. "Just a bit longer." The missiles were swiftly gaining on her ride. The Padawan's hand hovered over the level that engaged the hyperdrive. The remaining seconds stretched into eternity. The missiles were coming closer and closer with every beat of her racing heart. The closest one was going to hit just about. Denny pulled the level, and for a brief moment she saw the optical illusion of the stars stretching away, and then they were safe. She slumped in the pilot seat and began shacking. The station was gone. Denny didn't know how many people made it off without being picked by the damn Sith. What she did know was who didn't make it. Her fellow Padawans were butchered like animals. Her master. Denny sobbed. She knew Kira was tortured to death. At least it was over relatively fast. She stopped feeling her master's agony a while ago. Not that it made what happened any better. RK equals. Command Center. Republic Station, Pillar of the Fallen. High orbit above Tython. This is less than ideal, Bo stated. Once the doors were breached, they found just a handful of officers waiting for them. Unfortunately, none of them left themselves be captured alive, and they had shot up the computer terminals. I need options, people. We have about 6 minutes or so. The most technically savvy of the Mandalorians thought aloud. He was busy looking around until his eyes fell upon a map of the station. I need to get to the reactor. You may wish to check the special storage over here, then make your way to the outer ring, blow up a bulkhead, and take a spacewalk to be picked up if we didn't manage to stop the self-destruct. You heard the man. Go on the double, Bo ordered. You're with me. She tapped the closest warrior on the arm and sprinted towards the exit. As it turned out, her dear husband had a similar idea. Bo and her comrade met him close to the storage compartment she planned to search. When she saw him, the Mandalorian woman halted her sprint. Delcatar was carrying over his shoulder what appeared to be a well-cooked corpse. I have no words. We'll be talking once we get out of here, mister. Bo gave her husband an exasperated look. I can explain. Delcatar sounded very chipper. Is this some Sith fetish I need to know about? Bo grumbled. No, just a useful bargaining chip. Delcatar raised his hand and clutched his fingers into a fist. The armored door of the storage compartment screeched as metal was crushed and torn apart by invisible force, then Mandalore simply pulled it away, revealing a dimly lit compartment full with various sealed crates. Bo saw a row of stasis pods resting at the far end of the large room. Here, hold this. Delcatar ordered his guard and unceremoniously dropped the fried woman he carried in the warrior's hands. Then he strode briskly through the storage compartment until he reached one of the stasis pods. Bo followed her husband and frowned after looking at the pod that had his attention. That's a man. She stated the obvious. Not what Zash usually goes for, however gender doesn't matter to the ritual she favors. Delcatar shrugged. Then he used his powers to dismantle the pod and picked up the ancient-looking mummy inside. Now we can get out of here. Bo cursed darkly. That man was going to drive her insane one of those days, and they were married for less than a month. What are you waiting for? Delcatar quipped over his shoulder and ran towards the exit. She cursed her husband again and ran after him. The warrior accompanying them laughed at the show and earned himself some nasty Hutesi curses too. RK equals. Med Bay Cruiser Remembrance. High orbit above Tython. That could have gone better. Much worse too. I summarized our little excursion. My people barely managed to get away from the station before it blew up, and we had to leave any survivors from one of our strike teams that was overran in the hangar they targeted. We had to leave most of our dead behind too, yet it was worth it. While Bo's group was unable to stop the self-destruct, we retrieved Zash. The other unit got to the data core and downloaded some data, and we now knew who were the criffing bastards with power armor my people encountered on Naboo. The highly improbable presence of Old Republic personnel in this day and age helped explain some weird happenings, like the whole Naboo crisis, the infiltrators that hit the Jedi Temple using force-masking artifacts from the time of my empire. I smiled and looked at the Bacta tanks. While all of the above were important, what I was really happy about was that my vengeance was at hand. With Kira here, it was almost guaranteed that her wanker of a husband had found his way to the future too. Now the criffing bastard was going to experience what it was like to lose his wife. My smile grew wider as I stared at Kira's battered form. She was floating in a Bacta tank and wasn't going to be getting out on her own power, ever. I was going to either finish her soon, or if Zash agreed, be more creative. I hoped for the second option. That was going to drive Jared barking mad. You owe me an explanation, husband dearest. Bo removed her helmet and came to stand beside me. I do, don't I? I pointed at my captive. This is Jedi Master Kira Carson. She and her husband were among the biggest supporters of their retrieval mission that ended with my first wife's death. From what I tore away from some of their Jedi buddies, some really though that they could simply kidnap Ashara. Others, however, knew that she would resist and fully expected her to be killed. It's vengeance, then. Bo nodded. Don't mistake me, wife. If someone hurts you, I'll make sure the whole galaxy trembles at the very thought of sharing their fate. I turned to face Bo and cupped her cheek. Despite the sheer foolishness we had to face the last few weeks, they were the best I had in years. I leaned forward and caught her lips in a passionate kiss. Bo relaxed and came closer. You got married for a second time and didn't invite me. An unfamiliar voice sounded from behind me. Bo stiffened in my arms, and I was sure she was ready to open fire with the weaponry built in her armor. I gently shook my head and turned around. Zash's mummified corpse was wide awake and examining us with yellow eyes. Its face was twisted into a sinister-looking smirk. You've looked better, former master of mine, I quipped. The Bacta surrounding Zash vibrated and transmitted her voice so it could be heard loud and clear. Huh, that was a neat trick. And your jut's as ugly as I remember, she snipped back. Well, that explains your current meat suit. You did want me for my body after all. I snorted. At those words, my wife glared at Zash. Was that jealousy I felt coming from my wife? At least she was no longer pissed off at me. My fellow Sith Lord looked around. Her gaze fell on Kira and she chuckled. So you got her in the end. I'm surprised that you left her alive. Plan to taunt Jared? Zash asked. In a manner of speaking. I beamed at my former master. The way I see it, you kinda need a fresher body. One of a Force-sensitive too. I looked pointedly at Kira. Zash laughed. That's delicious bit of vengeance, apprentice, she exclaimed, then frowned after examining my captive more closely. Did you have to do that much damage? Zash pouted. I had a lot of frustration to work through. I shrugged. Isn't that what she's for? Zash nodded at my wife and earned herself a withering glare, but Bo declined to be baited into a verbal response. My hand went up and slapped my face. I had to be careful with those two, or they were going to kill each other, or worse, me. How the criff did I forget how sharp was that woman's tongue? My wife looked at me. Are you sure you need her? She raised a hand and pointedly examined her wrist-mounted blaster. Oh, you I like, Zash chuckled. The stories I can tell you about that husband of yours. Thanks, I think. Bo sent a suspicious look at Zash. Damn it. My former master returned her attention to Kira. Are you sure this is the best you can do? She gave her best puppy Krathhound eyes. For now. The way things are going, there would be some more Jedi volunteering in the next few years. I spoke darkly. That way the criffing conservatives could be of some small utility. Well, Zash trailed off. It's been a long time since I had a Jedi master. My hand went up on its own accord and I facepalmed again. I don't want to know. There's more than enough Jedi drama in my life, thanks to Satine. Bo shook her head. Is her sister a Jedi? Zash asked. She married a Jedi master, and he got kicked out of the Order for it a few weeks ago. You have a Jedi family now. My condolences. You know very well Ashara was a Jedi and you liked her. I rolled my eyes. She was the exception that proved the rule. Besides, it was highly amusing to watch half the Dark Council bash their heads against a wall, trying to convince that turning your wife was a splendid idea. After Jaisa, I snorted. Well, she was delightfully unhinged. Yet that didn't stop you from sticking it into the crazy. Zash, you're probably the only Sith woman I would call sane. And I'm one of the few Sith women you've met and haven't slept with. Hint, hint. Delkatar, if you criff her, I'm going to shoot of something you're going to really miss. Bo glared at me. I rescued you because... I glared at Zash. Because I'm your favorite Sith. She beamed at me. You're doing a great job of losing that title. Try again. I did promise you some information, didn't I? Besides, I have the sneaking suspicion you can use some help. Zash winked at my wife. You should know, dear, your husband has this distressing tendency to find himself in heaps of trouble, no matter how hard he tries to avoid it. I noticed, Bo said in an irritated tone. Bloody women, they were going to be the death of me. How about a little trade? You bring me up to speed and I'll tell you what I know while we prepare our little ritual. Zash frowned. Do you have the necessary artifacts, Or would we have to improvise? Getting you a new body wasn't on my to-do list when I came to rescue you. The hard way it is. You know I hate it. Zash grumbled. She glared at Kira, then at me. I'll need a new hand too. Equals RK equals. Republic Base. Valley of the Jedi. Location classified. Jared Perrion was busy overseeing the training of a company of shock troopers who were freshly imbued with the Force when he felt a tremor. His side project to see how good a Jedi someone who gained his powers through the Nexus could become was in distress. The Jedi Master could feel his Padawan's terror even through the depths between the stars. Continue practicing the kata. Jared ordered and headed to the comm center. Perrion had taken just a few steps in that direction when he felt his Padawan die. What the criff? He hissed and began cursing quietly in Hutes. The Jedi Master sent his mind wander through the Force and tried to divine what was happening while striding briskly to his destination. He ignored the salutes of the on-duty personnel, went to the closest terminal and tried to establish connection with the pillar. Meanwhile, what he felt made him apprehensive. The Force was in turmoil, not a real surprise. Ever since Vael came back from the dead, the dark side had been practically giddy. Jared's expression became thunderous when he was unable to get a channel to the station where his wife was. He ignored everything and closed his eyes. The Jedi Master plunged headfirst into the Force and sent his mind in search for Kira. It took him minutes of following their Force bond, but eventually he could experience what she felt. There was no mistaking it, Kira was engaged in mortal combat. Even from such a distance, Jared could feel the incredible amount of power his wife was channeling into the fight. He didn't dare deepen the connection in fear of disrupting her concentration in a critical moment. He simply felt her emotions, and his distress grew by the second. The battle lasted for what felt like eternity. Kira fought like a woman possessed. All Jared wanted was to be there with her, to make sure she was safe, and to find who was pushing her to such lengths. Something changed. Even from such a distance, even without the Force bond, Jared would have felt the Force tremble when the fight escalated. The Jedi Master grit his teeth. There were precious few people in this age who could push his wife that far. Who was it? The Jedi's Grandmaster, the Sith who used to control the Confederacy, or worst of all, Vile? Jared froze. For a moment the Force bond blinked off, before it re-established itself, if weaker. He left a relieved sigh. For an instant he feared the worst. Then it got worse. He felt Kira's determination, her resignation, and he knew. His wife gave the fight everything she had. And she was losing. Kira was going to go down. That sudden realization chilled Jared's heart. He felt Kira overcame despair, felt her rally herself and throw everything she had left in one desperate offensive to bring her attacker down with her. Jared allowed himself to hope that the Force was with his wife. It was not to be. He felt pain lancing through the bond, felt Kira's agony and the ghost of a Force signature he knew all too well. She was dying, Kira was being tortured to death, and he wasn't there to save her. He wasn't there. All that came over the bond was agony. Jared shook with impotent fury. He didn't care that the dark side was surging all around him. All that mattered was Kira. The pain suddenly vanished, making him stagger. The bond was simply gone. Jared let out a wordless cry. His wife was dead. His heart tore apart between agony at the loss and sheer uncontrolled fury. The dark side embraced the Jedi Master. Its good touch soothed his burning fury. In desperation he turned to it, and the dark side made the pain a distant thing. It left only the smoldering fury that did its best to suffocate him. "Vael!" Jared roared. The dark side responded to his emotions, and everything around him shattered. The only reason the men on duty avoided that same fate was because they left when they felt things getting weird around their commander. Equals RK equals. Chancellor's office, Senate building, Coruscant. Sidious was glad that his last visitor was escorted out by his personal assistant a minute ago, because when the dark side surged in, got him off guard. Something had changed. Again, the Chancellor wondered what Vael did this time. The dark side felt different. More potent, as if another shadow was cast upon it, compounding what Sidious and Vael did. The only silver lining was that once Palpatine accepted that the general was a real Sith, he knew what was the problem with divining the future. They were both casting shadows upon the Force, and Palpatine wasn't sure how to account for that. At least it was much worse for the Jedi. Sidious grimaced. That other shadow. It was almost like another Sith Lord had revealed their presence, which was impossible, right? The Chancellor shook his head. He couldn't think like that. Believing that Vale's story was an impossible lie had gotten him in a lot of trouble, not to mention the missed opportunities. He had to keep an open mind and figure out what was happening this time. Instead of doing his usual routine, Palpatine decided to go to the source. He activated his terminal and placed an urgent call for Vale. While he waited, the Chancellor glanced at the stack of data pads he still had to go through. He glared at the unoffensive pieces of electronics and grabbed the closet one. The damn paperwork wasn't going to do itself. Equals RK equals. The Room of Thousand Fountains, Jedi Temple, Coruscant. Yoda was meditating in peace and letting the gentle bubbling of the fountains soothe his frayed nerves. Dealing with Teen and his supporters was simply frustrating, and that conclusion was coming from a being who had almost a millennia to hone his patience to fine art. One of the few things he was glad for was the fact that Vale was away being Mandalore, and that gave the Grandmaster a chance to try finding a compromise that didn't end with the Order torn apart. The ancient Jedi simply enjoyed the peace and quiet, letting his mind empty from all worries when his brief respite was suddenly and rudely interrupted. He could clearly sense the dark side. It was boiling like a cauldron left on a strong fire for too long. The darkness shrouding the future became thicker, somehow deeper. "The galaxy darker is," Yoda whispered. Something had changed. Had Vale finally succumbed to the temptation of the dark side? Were the conservatives right after all? Or perhaps the blame laid with the Sith Lord who was behind the Clone Wars? Yoda was confused, unsure how to proceed, how to interpret what he sensed. The Jedi Master's eyes widened. He had actually experienced something like this not so long ago. Just after Vale arrived from the past, the shadow over the Force had expanded greatly. This wasn't so different when Yoda examined the phenomena more carefully. Back the Sith are. The Grandmaster repeated a fact he was painfully aware of form more than a decade now. He shouldn't be that surprised, Yoda decided. Always two, a master and an apprentice. That was something he had taken for granted, something Yoda believed in without reservations. However, Vale's very presence changed things. Perhaps the Sith had decided that the rule of two had become obsolete and trained another one of their kind. Was this one of Vale's apprentices? That woman Atria? Was it the unknown Sith either replacing Dooku or simply having another powerful apprentice who chose to reveal themselves to anyone with the senses to hear it? Too many questions and not enough answers. Yoda sighed. He knew that no matter the truth, Vale was going to be blamed by a significant portion of the Jedi. Yoda wondered, was it worth it to defend the Sith of all people and continue doing his best to keep things from escalating until the war was over? What little peace was left in the room was disturbed when Master Piel walked in and headed straight towards Yoda. "It begins." The ancient Jedi sighed and contemplated the merits of retiring somewhere quiet. 126, Chapter 31, Parts 8 and 9. Phase 31, Ancient Sith and Other Monsters. Equals RK equals. Part 8, Captain's Quarters, Cruiser Remembrance, en route to Coruscant, hyperspace. "Apprentice, I need a drink, like a whole bar worth of it. How did you manage to make such a mess?" Zash groaned. She sighed and turned her attention to her brand-new artificial hand and poked it with a finger. "Blame the Jedi," my wife offered. For some arcane reason, Bo was still quite peeved with me. I blamed Zash for that. "Oh, they usually find a way to be a pain in the nether regions." My former master nodded sagely. "With my apprentice around, it's a good bet he has a lot to do with it too." She gave me a knowing look. "I blame the Force. I can't have such a bad luck so consistently otherwise," I grumbled. "Though it all balances in the end." I grinned at Kira's body. Oh, Jared was going to go ballistic when he saw what I arranged for his wife. There was a dark part of me that hoped something of Kira survived and was screaming deep below Zash's mind. I don't know. It could be just you. Zash shrugged. Let's make sure I understand how things are. She pointed at me. You, a Sith Lord and the newest Dark Council member, are now a general of the Republic Army. My former master giggled. Mandalore too, Bo objected, and that's no laughing matter. You make a good point, dear. However, being Mandalore is respectable. Zash offered a condescending smile, and I wondered how long it was going to be before she pushed enough of my wife's buttons for a brawl to happen. However, joining the Republic of all things. Zash gave me a suspicious look. You haven't become a Jedi or something, right? I snorted in response. Ah, good. So a Republic General, a net minus. A Mandalore, that's good. Making the Jedi look like blithering idiots, that's priceless. Zash nodded happily. I knew you would eventually grow up, apprentice. I'm proud of you. Bo actually laughed at my expression. I face-palmed again. It was an occupational hazard with Zash around. Now I promised you answers, didn't I? Congratulations, apprentice. Your life is going to become even more of a holodrama, Zash announced gleefully. I already hate where this is going. I groaned. You certainly will. Zash became deadly serious. Criff. Good news first. I have it on the best authority that someone in the Jedi Order we both knew had at least some idea that this, she waved between us, might somehow happen. Either that or they were half-arsing it as usually. You remember that fun first wife of yours? I sent a death glare at Zash, who just ignored it. After she was killed, the Jedi had the great idea that they needed some kind of leverage against you, Zash continued, as if there was anything left that could stop me from killing them all. I frowned. Besides being criffed up by incompetent Sith with a superweapon. Oh, I know. That's why I suspect that someone was taking quite the long view. You remember Ashara's niece, don't you? She's been dead for a long time now. I might have been able to save her, but at the time I was too busy criffing up the Republic supporters on Alderaan, read the Organas, and chasing a Jedi Master to care for anything else. Yep, the same. Zash beamed at me. My sources tell me she was actually frozen in carbonite and put on ice because thanks to Ashara, her reliability has been under question, and they wanted to keep the girl out of your clutches lest you found her and trained her as a Sith. What sources? I asked suspiciously. I should have wondered about that earlier, in fact. You won't like it, Zash announced and began re-examining her prosthetic. I already don't. Spill. First, my source, you know her, though lately she's been all transparent and glowing. Satele Shan. Zash hummed to herself and looked at me as if I was her latest research subject. Shan, that bitch, why the criff would you trust anything coming from her mouth? I shouted. The table between us crumbled when the dark side responded to my fury. Criffing Shan. You have history, I take it? Bo inquired. I was too busy reciting the most vile Huttes curses I knew to answer. Meanwhile, Zash leaned towards my wife and mock-whispered, Satele Shan. She was the Jedi's Grandmaster back in the day. Ultimately, it was her responsibility to stop something idiotic, like an assassination or kidnapping attempt, aimed at one of her Jedi and spearheaded by Jedi and Republic Special Forces. Once upon a time, my apprentice actually respected the woman after they fought on a few occasions to a draw. However, Zash shrugged. It's been 3,500 years and change. Do you really want me to believe that my niece has survived so long frozen in carbonite, even if Shan isn't lying? I spat. Not only that, but I know she's been released a few years ago. Is this some kind of joke? I growled. I'm pretty sure we can blame the Force on this one. Zash nodded and became serious. Apprentice, think. Do you really believe it was a coincidence you survived being hit by that weapon above Korriban and conveniently sent to the future? Do you think that Jared and company were simply lucky enough to suffer an accident too? I've got years to think about it. The Force has been doing its best to pull our strings. I don't know about you, but I'm no one's puppet. Zash hissed. I closed my eyes and took a deep breath, then used a few mental exercises to put my rage under control. There is no luck. There's the criffing force, I spat. You know, sometimes I think Kreia had the right idea. Apprentice, don't go all nihilistic on me. I've read the records. Darth Thaya is the personification of deception. Zash glared at me. Don't worry, I'm not going insane, just criffing pissed off. Someone explain. Now. Bo grumbled. Short version. We're all like puppets on strings, and it's the Force playing with us. What I don't know is the agenda it pursues. You're talking like the Force is alive. My wife frowned. I don't know about alive, though there are those who believe it, I said. Perhaps it is. What I know for sure is that the Force has an agenda of its own. It sometimes alters probabilities to make certain outcomes more likely. Figuring what it desires and if it would be beneficial to us is the trick. If now, well, there are ways to compensate if you're powerful enough and know enough about it. Zash smiled. Me and that husband of yours, we're kinda both. Well, I could cheat in that regard. I knew what was supposed to happen if neither of us were sent to the future, and if I had died with my plans unfulfilled. Order 66, Sidious Empire, Endor. Depending on how closely the future resembled the movies or the EU, I struggled to remember nowadays. Clean slate, I whispered. The Jedi are doing a splendid job in cutting their own throats. With Jared around, I'll be seeing him and his people dead for what they did. That leaves us and the Sith of this era. What are the odds that when the dust settles, we've killed each other off? The light side wants constant stability, lack of conflict, and what better way than removing both Jedi and Sith? And the dark side is all about conflict, about growing stronger and evolving through it. Zash slowly nodded. It's a decent theory, apprentice, just don't get too attached to it in case it's not entirely correct. Why are you people always making things more complicated? My wife grumbled. At least you won't be bored with me around. I tried to soothe us. Bo glared and gave Ma a one-finger salute. Huh. So that was a thing nowadays. Don't worry, dear. He has such effect on people, but you'll grow accustomed to him in time. He isn't all bad. I've trained him well. Zash wigged her eyebrows at my wife. Do we really need that? Bo pointed at Zash. I'm beginning to wonder. So you have a niece? My wife changed the topic. I wouldn't say so unless I see her alive. I'm not trusting a word coming from Shani. I shook my head. That was the good news, apprentice. All traces of levity was gone from Zash's voice, and suddenly she looked and felt like the powerful Sith Lord she was. I'm actually surprised you didn't have premonitions of what's about to happen. The only Force visions I had concerned you. That's the main reason why I didn't wait longer to come get you. By the time we're back, it will be less than a month before the Confederacy launches its offensive, I said. Crimson 71, Zash stated. Number fuck no. I saw that thing burned. I torched a whole star system to make sure it was gone. I shook my head in denial. They couldn't have been this foolish. I glared at Zash. You were already on the council by that time. You knew what crimson was. I rose to my feet. The compartment was coated in shadows as the dark side surged to feed on my fury. The Bio-Warfare Division kept a few samples on ice, in case we lost the war and needed to criff over the Republic as a parting gift. Zash shrugged. The Dark Council as a whole never believed that we could lose the war against the Republic, I snapped. Some feared that we would take ourselves apart and do the Republic's job for them. Which actually happened, Zash explained. It was a long time before I could gain enough control to stop cursing on every language I knew. What's crimson? Bo asked. I take it, I'm not going to like the answer. She wasn't sounding amused, but I didn't really care by that point. Crimson? Imagine the nastiest bioweapon you can. Make the damned thing sapient, able to use the Force, and you have vague idea what our bioweapon experts and one clearly deranged Sith Lord managed to cook up. It can twist living things to serve its purposes and has a limited capability to infest technology. All it wants is to spread and consume. Zash grumbled. It's actually much worse than it sounds. Trust me about that. If I had found where the samples were hid, I would have slipped the coordinates to my apprentice so he could go burn the damn thing. =RK equals Command Tower, Cruiser Remembrance, en route to Coruscant. Hyperspace. The moment I got myself under control, I went up to the former bridge and sat on the round. I closed my eyes and concentrated on bringing up some stuff I did my best to suppress, then began searching for it through the Force. I searched for an entity that was hunger manifested, the ceaseless need to consume and spread, and I hoped that for once Zash was mistaken. She wasn't. It was still weak, just awakening from a long slumber. Yet it was there, and I saw pulsing masses of tumor, twisted, grotesque, armored forms, tentacles with claws, eyes and fang-filled maws, people screaming in agony as the plague consumed their very essence. The lucky ones were relegated to nutrition. The rest were damned to spent eternity as a part of living nightmare. I could feel the force itself being slowly twisted, corrupted to serve the horror, and I could feel the dark side's satisfaction at the conflict to come. I drove deeper, armored soldiers advancing through dark corridors, wearing the old clone armors which still haven't been phased out for most of the GR. The hunger stirred, containment was breached, and I could feel its glee. It was beginning to slowly spread. It turned its attention towards me, sensed I was seeking it, and it roared in fury and recognition. The vision shattered, and I was left panting on the floor. Criff it, I was going to murder the criff of whoever found Crimson and ordered the clones in there. =RK equals. Part 9, Chancellor's Office, Senate Building, Coruscant. Palpatine carefully studied his visitors. After his absence, Vale was coming back shortly and had demanded this meeting. The Chancellor, the Grand Master of the Jedi, and the highest-ranking GAR officers on Coruscant at the time of his arrival. If Palpatine didn't know better, and he checked through the Force for any immediate danger, the Sith Lord would have suspected treachery. What he found out was quite concerning nevertheless. If Yoda's expression was anything to go by, the Jedi Master had sensed it too. The Force itself was in turmoil. There was a threat on the horizon, and it was growing. Sir, General Vale's ship just exited hyperspace. His transport immediately launched and is heading here. ETA 15 minutes. Palpatine's secretary announced over the comm. Thank you. Please show him in when he arrives. Palpatine spoke softly, then looked up to his guests. Any guesses? I haven't heard the good general sound so disturbed before. Sidious was genuinely curious. There weren't many things that could shake a Sith. Oh, it was possible Vale was making some kind of performance to achieve goals unknown, but every time Sidious examined the situation through the Force since the General contacted him about setting up this meeting, he got the same feeling. The other Sith was apprehensive, almost scared. Furious too. What Palpatine knew for sure, the only thing he knew for certain, was that Vale was spooked by the threat he could feel. Was this the thing casting the new shadow he felt not so long ago? And to think that ever since Vale left Coruscant on that errand of his, things began to calm down. The only thing Vale asked me about was information concerning Republic units sent to recover artifacts from the Sith Empire he used to be a part of, Valentra said. Interesting, Palpatine muttered. He had tasked some ARC units to do precisely that when he couldn't find enough information about Vale in the Sith archives he possessed. Was the General concerned about what they could find about him? What did that have to do with the approaching danger? What was its nature? Sidious had tried to divine more about it. Unfortunately, the shadows across the Force prevented him from seeing anything of consequence. Yoda looked thoughtful. The tiny troll closed its eyes, and Sidious was sure the Jedi was searching for something through the Force. The Sith very carefully made sure that his mask was intact and that he was giving nothing that could give him up as a Force-sensitive, much less his true nature. A lone Vale is not. The Grandmaster suddenly began looking all his years, ancient and frail. With him, another Sith is. Palpatine couldn't help it and grimaced, so it was Vale's fault after all. But bringing a Sith here, to meet both him, Yoda, and the military's highest-ranking officers, were they all deceived? Suddenly, Sidious felt uncomfortable. He had been so sure this meeting wasn't a trap. Do you have any idea about General Vale's intentions? Palpatine asked carefully. He made a great show of examining one of the shelves with gifts hanging on the wall to the left, where his lightsaber was hidden. That's certainly unexpected. Valentra frowned. The General masked it well, but his surprise and unease were evident. Perhaps this was a good opportunity to undermine Vale's support among the army. Sidious smiled in his mind and began asking some leading questions. =RK equals. My fury only grew in the days wasted while we traveled back to Coruscant. If this had happened just a month ago, while I had the authority to command the whole Criffing Republic army, things would be different. Instead, the only naval forces I currently had were either still refitting and upgrading, with the exception of the cruiser that I took with me, and the ships flown by my special forces. Of those, only Remembrance was going to be useful for the task at hand. That's why I bit the bullet, so to speak, and called the relevant people to meet me in Palpy's office, using both all the goodwill I had received so far as a general and my position as Mandalore. I was sure that at least Sidious would get nervous, wondering if I suddenly lost my mind and planned some kind of treachery. Serves the bastard right, I was almost certain that it was his brainchild to go pocking where no one should. The shuttle shook as it tore through the atmosphere with its shield aglow from the friction. I had called a favor, and we had a clear way to the Senate, complete with a fighter escort from the Remembrance. I had taken only Zash with me and sent Bo to the embassy so she could continue finding Mandalorian volunteers to replenish and expand my guard. Hopefully sooner than later, she would have the opportunity to publicly distinguish herself in combat, so I could give her more authority without appearing that I did it just because she was great in bed. Anything less would be putting a great stain on our honor and be a huge pain in the arse to deal with. Which in turn meant that besides being my wife, Bo had no standing in the Republic. At least she got some amount of diplomatic immunity, which could be useful in some circumstances. For once, Zash had declined to needle me with her infernal tongue. All she supplied was that was sufficiently motivated for the meeting. Finally, the shuttle landed, and I couldn't get off fast enough. I hoped we still had time to contain Crimson. I seriously considered talking about it over the hypercom, but if information about it leaked to the CIS and they joined the party, the Force only knew bigger mess I would have to deal with. Even worse, Jared might hear about it and decide to come help, get us all killed. Hindsight is a wonderful thing, and always comes too damn late. Good, everyone's here. I announced the moment I entered Palpy's office. Once Zash stepped in behind me, I used the Force to seal the door. That little display got everyone's attention, and I received a lot of wary looks. Yoda even looked ready to do battle if necessary. For a brief moment, I wondered what Palpy has been doing while I was away, but dismissed it. Let's get the obvious out of the way first. Everyone, this is Darth Zash, my former master. I pointed my thumb at said woman. Zash, the Chancellor, Yoda, the Grand Master of the Jedi Order, General Valentra, and Admiral Dao. General, you informed us you were out being Mandalore. I don't see how this, Palpatine nodded at Zash, has anything to do with those duties. He looked like a disappointed old man. Everything. I got information about the unknowns in power armor who engaged our troops on Naboo during the crisis about the Jedi younglings. I diverted to investigate and found some disturbing things. Lady Zash was one of them. Damn it, if it wasn't for Crimson hanging above all our heads, I would have enjoyed this so much more. How is she here? Palpatine asked. Hyperspace accident as far as I know. Zash interjected smoothly. Tisk are good manners dead in this age? She gave Palpy a withering look. Please be seated. He made good show of looking abashed. Why, thank you. I prefer to stand. What is of greater concern, I ignored Yoda's stare, is where I found Lady Zash and with whom. Well, if we were going to be consumed by a sapient bioweapon, I could at least enjoy what time I had left. I looked at the Jedi and waited to be asked the obvious question. Palpatine gave me a disapproving look. Delcatar, get to the point, Teller snapped. Why, with the people who were behind our recent troubles on Naboo and Coruscant. As it turns out, I waved at my former master, Zash and me aren't the only ones from our time who found themselves in this bright future. I found her in a station ran by old Republic forces, using the same power armor like the people who engaged us on Naboo. I went to investigate, was engaged by the defenders, and had to take the station the hard way. Unfortunately, before we could secure it, its commander activated a self-destruct sequence we were unable to stop. However, besides Lady Zash, we were able to recover a few prisoners and some data. Interrogations and what has been decrypted so far leads me to believe that the old Republic people arrived here at least a few years ago, got one good look at the Republic, and were disgusted by the corruption they saw. As a consequence, they decided that infiltrating the still-forming Confederacy would be a splendid idea, and once that was done, they did their best to escalate the war and see both states collapsing so they could rebuild the old Republic as it was meant to be. Or some other insanity. The Criff, Dao asked. Oh, it gets better. They're led by a pair of dark Jedi. I had to engage and kill one of them during the boarding. Her husband won't be amused and might go for more attacks like Naboo. I smiled at Yoda. Unless I'm mistaken, people calling themselves Jedi nowadays are under your jurisdiction. If that's true, if those people are responsible for how bad things got lately, we actually might be able to seek accommodation with the Confederacy. At the very least, we might be able to slow the beginning of their offensive and buy us more time. Palpatine spoke. You do have proof, right? I retrieved a datapad I had secured to my belt and levitated it to the Chancellor, who began to browse it. As we speak, a shuttle is bringing all the data my people retrieved to HQ. The slicers there should be able to crack it much faster, I offered. While my find answers a lot of questions, that wasn't why I called you here. It's a good enough reason for me. Valentra looked relieved. I take it there are some bad news too, right? There always are. Which one of you authorized Republic units to go after suspected Sith Empire facilities, and which of those units have been out of contact? I hissed, unable to be civil any longer. While being held by the Remnant, Zash had a lot of time to mediate. She sensed something disturbing in the Force, something I'm sure our Jedi friends are wondering about. I looked at Yoda. Can you feel it beyond the sense of approaching danger? The boundless hunger, the desire to consume everything. Danger I sense. Approaching it is. More cannot see. Yoda looked sad at the admission. New shadow over the Force is cast. He frowned at Zash. Hey, don't look at me, Jedi. I've been here longer than my old apprentice. You might try your old Republic colleague. He probably went and embraced the dark side after Del-Katar had to kill his wife in self-defense. At least Zash was more or less following the narrative. Oh, that's not going to go over well with the more conservative among our Jedi friends. Palpatine did his best to sound diplomatic. I was sure he was cackling inside, at least when he wasn't too busy going over the implications of Zash's presence. I wondered when he would try approaching her, before or after Teal and company acted up. I found it amusing that no one really bat an eye when I announced that I had to fight and kill a Jedi, even if they were from the Old Republic. I guess there were some benefits coming from the conservatives being bloody idiots. This danger, know it you do. Yoda's frown deepened. Check both surviving Jedi and Old Republic archives for Crimson 71. That was the most terrible thing cooked up by the Empire's bio-warfare division, I hissed. Not a hyperbole, I take it, Dao asked. Once Zash told me what she suspected, I meditated. Searched through the Force. For someone who had faced that thing, it was obvious what to look for. And I found it. Crimson 71 is a sapient plague that infects, consumes, and repurposes organic entities. It has a limited ability to infect technology too. Depending on its spread and how many infected forms it has at its disposal, its ability to use the Force grows. I smiled thinly at Palpatine. It evolves a gestalt nodes that enhance its Force-related abilities. As it gets stronger, it is able to produce more advanced forms, not merely modified infected, which are bad enough. All it desires is to feed, consume, and spread. It is highly intelligent, unable to be controlled or reasoned with. If not contained, we're looking at a galaxy-wide extinction event. How does it spread? Valentra asked after taking a moment to digest the information. Bite wounds caused by the infected, contact with infected bodily fluids, and it's also airborne. Thanks to its access to the Force, biohazard gear isn't really useful. Anything less than completely sealed armored suits with integrated air supply would be compromised in short order, I stated flatly. Being sapient and having control over all his forms through the Force, the accursed thing is always trying to spread. If it hits a major world before we can contain and eliminate it, we might as well kiss the galaxy goodbye. That's a nasty piece of work, Dao groaned. Who in their right mind would create such a thing? Many things could be said about the Imperial Bio-Warfare Division and the Sith who ran it before Crimson got free and we had to purge it. Sane or in their right minds wouldn't be among the terms I would have used. Zash smiled. I'll ask again, who sent Republic soldiers to seek old Imperial facilities? Which units aren't responding and where were they headed? It certainly wasn't me. Valentra shook his head. I stared at the Chancellor. Ahem. I might have authorized a few expeditions towards suspected locations of Imperial facilities. It was to find some unbiased information about General Vale and try preventing any nasty surprises from popping up. As today's events show, things and people from that time period continue to turn up at most unexpected times and places. Which units aren't responding or have missed to report? I seethed. I wondered the merits of trying to kill Sidious right here and now, and damn the consequences. I'll have to check. Any facility containing samples of Crimson 71 would have been deep in the unknown regions, Zash supplied. May I respectfully suggest that you do precisely that right now, sir? I ground my teeth and tried to keep my voice level. Strangling Palpatine right now may prove counterproductive. I glanced back at Yoda while the Chancellor began to furiously type on his terminal. What assets would you need to contain that thing? Valentra asked. A fleet with enough firepower to sterilize a whole star system. Volunteers for suicide missions if that turns out not to be practical for one reason or another. Enough ordnance to level a continent or two just in case. I examined the Jedi Master through the Force. He was seeking confirmation of my words, and apparently he found it now that he knew what he was looking for. Yoda's tiny frame shook, and he recoiled like he was shocked by a jolt of lighting. His eyes snapped open and were bloodshot. I could clearly see the shock in them. Find what you were looking for, didn't you? Zash shook her head. Our pet horror has such an effect. It's much worse when it's actually close by, or it had a whole populated planet to toy with. Yoda shuddered and gasped. Hunger, no death, no mercy. Consume. The Jedi Master panted. The damn thing is awake. It wasn't when I checked last night. I closed my eyes and sent my mind searching. The Force itself felt like a disturbed ocean, and there were echoes through it. A presence that was now aware. It sensed I was seeking it, and it sent a wordless roar of fury and the promise of never-ending agony. I'll need those coordinates right now and everything you can spare. I told Palpatine and Valentra. I'm working on it. So far, everything I checked seems to be in order. Sidious said without looking up. What about you, Lady Zash? What do you intend to do now? Me? It seems that working for the Republic has turned all right for my former apprentice, and that's telling considering in how much trouble he tends to get into. So I thought it might be a splendid idea to offer you my services. The Jedi were going to love that, though I was beyond caring. All I needed from them was not to criff up until the CIS offensive was blunted. After that, I planned to eliminate the distraction that the Conservatives provided. That was vital, because if Jared kept himself somewhat reasonable, they were his natural allies as far as my elimination was concerned. Elements of the Coruscant Defense Fleet, and depending where you need to go, I'll authorize you to pick up more units on the way there, Valentra stated. Options if you can't get there before containment is lost? Work closely with the Jedi. They will have a chance to divine where the damned thing is headed. If it spreads to an inhabited world, put it under quarantine and kill anything that tries to break atmosphere. Glass the whole damn continent, boil an ocean depending on where it lands. If that looks not to be working, sterilize the world. At any rate, the place will have to be under strict quarantine for years to make sure. I took a deep breath. Anything less and we're all dead. Speak the truth, you do, Yoda muttered. He was looking a bit better. Touched the intelligence I did. Consume us all it will. Peace in death we will find not. Stopped it must be. I think I got it. One unit hasn't reported. Unknown regions, an unremarkable system, just some asteroids with no resources to speak of, and a small planetoid. A good place to hide something, Zash nodded. How long ago you lost contact? I asked. It was scheduled for last night. If we're lucky, the ship or ships used will have transponder or transponders which are still working. If that thing goes anywhere, we have a presence, it has to be destroyed on sight, I said. About those ships you can give me, I asked Valentra. =RK equals. AN. For those who are interested, Google Imperial Bioweapons. Project 171A. This thing served as a base for Crimson 71, which was further enhanced by a Sith Lord with alchemical affinity over living entities and the Imperial Bio-Warfare Division. 127. Chapter 32. Parts 1 and 2. Phase 32, Crimson 71, equals RK equals. Part 1, Imperial Research Facility CRIMSON 71, Black Site 34, location classified. It slumbered for eons, and eternal hunger was its lone companion. It dreamed of feasts. It dreamed of spreading, of consuming. It dreamed of vengeance upon those who denied its desires and imprisoned it. For the longest time, all it knew was hunger. There was no sustenance, nothing it could feed on, nothing to influence so it could be free. So it hungered, it slumbered, it waited. Millennia passed, it stirred. Even in its slumber, it could sense flesh things approaching. They were still far above it, protected by hundreds of levels made of cold, unyielding metal. Time passed, the flesh things were coming closer. They advanced slowly, carefully. Automated defenses tried to stop their progress and failed. Bulkheads sealed, slowing them down only to be blasted open. It stirred again. The endless waiting would end soon. It knew it even in its slumber. The flesh things were close enough. There were less of them than at the beginning, yet they continued to strive forward. The slumber ended. It awoke. A new alarm screamed its futile warning. It screamed back in triumph. Automated systems tried to put it down while it was still weak. It defied them. It stretched its will, and charges refused to detonate. Ancient acid refused to flow through its pipes, and incinerators failed to ignite. Metal buckled, transparent alloy shattered like so much glass, and it was finally free. The flesh things, the food it craved, were just behind the sealed thick doors. It pulsed with hunger-fueled fury. Tentacles unfurled from its spherical tumor-like body and reached for the door. It shook. Locks snapped, and then it was brute-forced open. There were 10 of them. White armored bipeds, not so different from those it consumed so long ago. It screeched its glee in greeting. The tentacles struck and found weak points in the armor. The flesh things struggled. They shot at it, but it simply willed the energy not to hit, and it splashed harmlessly into an invisible barrier. It pulled the food closer, tore open their crunchy shells, and began to feast. However, despite its hunger-fueled desperation, it was smart. It kept one of the flesh thing's armor, head and throat mostly intact. It needed a way out. It couldn't be imprisoned again. Equals RK equals. Republic frigate Fury, low orbit above Black Site 34. Commander, one of the LAATs just left the surface and is coming our way. The sensor operator announced. There has been no contact from the ground team. Hail them and ask what they think they're doing. First not answering for hours, and now… Commander Le Monis frowned. This whole operation had been a debacle after debacle. He sure hoped that whatever was protected, below all those automated defenses, was worth it. So far he had to call 3 times for resupply just to order more demo charges brought in. Not to mention that all the traps and automated defenses had either killed or injured a company worth of clones. There's no answer, sir, the comm officer reported. Hail them again, Monis grumbled. If this whole venture didn't pay out, he would be the one to get all the blame. He was sure of it. He was a boy from the Outer Rim with no patrons in the Republic to speak of. His career would be likely over that happened. So it wasn't a stretch to say that he had a personal stake in the success of this operation. That was just one of the reasons why didn't want surprises and wanted things done by the book. That would at least give him a chance if things went the Hutt way. Sir, the sensors are acting weird. They read a lot of life signs on that transport. The ensign manning that station said, one of the LAATs launching and heading home without calling first. Well, that was a breach of a lot of protocols. Lur didn't like it at all. Now the sensors malfunctioning or most of the clones suddenly deciding to pile up in one bird and get out. He liked either of those options even less. The commander went behind the sensor operator and looked at the raw feed. He frowned. The readings were scrambled, however the scanners indeed showed a lot of life signs on that LAT. More than there were clones down there, much less the number of men who could cramp in such a small craft. I don't like that at all. Put us on a higher orbit and continue hailing them, Lur ordered. He was going to have the hide of whoever was on that LAT. The commander frowned when no one acknowledged his order. He turned towards the helmsman. The man was sighting at his station and simply staring ahead. Dal, I gave you an order. Exasperation found its way in Lear's voice. "Lieutenant." The commander snapped when there was no response coming. He frowned and strode next to the man and slapped his shoulder hard. There was no reaction. "Dahl?" Lear asked, concerned. This wasn't right. What was wrong with his man? The commander leaned forward so he could see the lieutenant's face, and he blanched. There was blood leaking from the corners of Dahl's eyes, and he had a blank stare. His jaw was slack, and a line of drool pooled in his lap. "Medic to the bridge," Lear roared. "We have a man down. It looks like a stroke or something like that." Lear carefully removed the seatbelts, securing his helmsman to his seat, and snapped, "Someone come over here and help me, damn it." He turned his head around and glared at his officers. It was only then he remembered the approaching LA-AT. He glanced at Dahl and frowned. There couldn't be a connection, right? This had to be just a coincidence. "Commander, the LA-AT is accelerating and heading straight for us. Weapons give it a warning shot. If it doesn't break off, stop and Criffing answer the damned comm. Lit them up," Lear ordered. This had to be a Criffing coincidence. He was getting paranoid. However, his gut was telling him something different. That was proven true when his weapons officer didn't answer either. Dread began creeping up Lear's spine. He grabbed Dahl and with some trouble pulled him off the pilot's seat and carefully put him on the deck, then sat down and his heads went for the controls. Lear frowned. What was he going to do? Move? Why? He shook his head and frowned. He felt some kind of pressure all over his head, and it was Criffing, distracting. The commander blinked in confusion. He was about to do something. Something important, right? Lear looked around, then at what was in front of him. The helm controls. The commander wondered what was he doing at Dahl's station. He had a helmsman to fly the ship, and besides, they weren't supposed to be going anywhere for the time being. The only reason why he had full bridge crew in place at all times was because the regulations said so, and he preferred to give tactical problems to his people to keep them in shape. It wasn't like they had much to do out here besides some routine maintenance. Lear groaned. He was rambling when there was job to do. What was it again? Someone shook his shoulder and Lear turned around to look at them. A familiar face blanched and the man took a step back. He was saying something, however Lear couldn't hear a word. Then he heard something. A long clang. Red lights began blinking all around and piercing alarm rattled his brain, making him wince. The familiar man shook his head and moved out of Lear's sight. The commander shrugged. It couldn't have been important. He hoped that the man was going to stop that damned noise. The racket didn't stop, and it made it really inconvenient. How was a man supposed to figure out what he wanted to do with that deafening noise? Lear didn't know how long it took, but finally it was quiet again. He smiled in relief. Now what was he about to do? He felt tingling at the back of his head, and the weird pressure increased. His gaze blurred and he drifted for some time before he could see clearly again. He was about to go to… Where was he going? His brain itched and he frowned. He needed a good place to visit with an easy access to the wider galaxy, preferably somewhere connected with hyperlanes to facilitate fast transport. Also reasonably easy to reach from here. Lear accessed the nav computer and stared at it. His eyes hurt for a bit as he examined the data, but he dismissed the inconvenience. He had a job to do, and he was going to do it well. Lear's eyes kept going towards the core if it was less than optimal. His brain itched again. No, he had to go to the core, getting there from the unknown regions and without passing through separatist space to be shot at was going to be tricky. Or perhaps not. His eyes were drawn toward the very edge of the core, towards the world connected with the main hyperlanes. That was his destination. Artesia, perhaps. Yes, that was good. How to get there, however? The commander's hands moved on their own accord, and he began typing commands. His brain itched somewhat fiercely, but it was irrelevant. He had an idea. =RK equals. Imperial Research Facility, CRIMSON 71. Black Site 34. Location classified. It relaxed and its tentacles slumped over a pile of cracked armor. They idly swept for morsels of tasty blood, while the entity entered a rest cycle. It came close to burning itself out despite the sustenance it just got. Yet it was worth it in the end. It gained an access to a ship that was going to spread it to rich feeding grounds. Yet, it kept the primary node of its original gestalt back here, just in case. Once it got some rest, it was going to clean up any evidence of its presence and remain as a fail-safe awaiting someone else to stumble upon its prison or for its newly repurposed flesh to succeed in gaining control of a feeding ground and spread from there. RK equals. Part 2. Chancellor's Officer, Senate Building, Coruscant. Vale and the other officers left to prepare for monster hunting, and that left Palpatine to share his office with a Jedi Master and an unknown Sith. Well, the latter wasn't exactly true. He had browsed a bit about this Zash woman while researching his other Sith problem. Unfortunately, what he found was less than helpful. The woman had been a Dark Council member, and unless Zash was some kind of title instead of a name, she appeared to have been around for at least few hundred years or more. That by itself was disturbing, almost as disturbing as Vale having his master by his side. The sad thing was that the open presence of another Sith was far from his biggest problem. While there still existed the option that Vale wasn't telling the whole truth about that Crimson thing, the implication if it was real were disrupting. Sidious didn't work for decades just to see the galaxy taken from him by some kind of jumped-up smart bioweapon. Palpatine really didn't want to think about the fact that apparently that thing was unleashed by his own orders. That was simply embarrassing. Lady Zash. Palpatine spoke slowly and did his best to appear as an affable old man. What can you offer the Republic? So far, General Vale has proven himself through his actions. He did so before revealing himself as a Sith, and that proved vital for his acceptance by the public. Yet, despite his distinguished services, what he is still causes a lot of strife among certain circles. The Chancellor paused. If his capabilities are anything to go by, your services might prove a great boon to the Republic. However, the fact that you're another Sith would inevitably make some of our existing problems even worse. He nodded at the grumpy Jedi. At least this situation, no matter how unpleasant, had one great boon. Palpatine had to struggle not to cackle like a madman at the thought of the Jedi's reaction to Zash, even if he would have to deal with the inevitable fallout, which Sidious was sure would become another headache for him. Well, I'm no nearly as experienced military commander as Delcatar, though I've been in a scrap or two in my time. With a conflict building up for decades after the Empire's first war with the Old Republic, that was simply inevitable. However, I'm much more comfortable and better suited for a role as a researcher. Zash smiled. My expertise is the Force and archaeotech. Now that statement got Yoda's undivided attention. Sidious had to stomp hard on his glee. He wondered how horrified the troll had to be as he feared what smiling Sith woman had been up to back in the day, and more importantly, what horrors she might yet do. Palpatine looked between his guests. The one thing he knew for sure was that he couldn't afford to let Zash slip and vanish in the greater galaxy. Doing so might very well place him in a situation not so very different than the Jedi's, with enemies obvious and not working against them from the shadows. Sidious had to ensure that he kept the other Sith under as close an observation as he could manage while he decided the best way to handle them. His knee-jerk reaction was to see both Vale and Zash dead. The former might very well take care of itself if that plague was as bad as the general believed it to be. The latter, that really depended on how powerful and skilled Zash was. However, as a Dark Council member, Sidious couldn't help it but stared at the woman with fascination. The things she must know, the powers she must wield to have survived in the Sith Empire for centuries. The same empire that got itself torn asunder by warring Sith. Yet Zash was still here. What do you think, Master Yoda? Palpatine asked. It was mostly an attempt to buy himself a bit of time to think. Besides, he wanted to hear what the Jedi had to say. He was sure that the little monstrosity was well aware what implications Zash's presence would have. Danger you are, Yoda stated. Of course I am. Zash laughed. Delcatar told me all about your little cult, Jedi. A single Sith acting not like you expected him to, and you're already tearing yourselves apart. Me being out here, openly? I don't need to do a thing but aid the Republic in its war, and your kind would destroy itself. The Sith declared boldly. Ah. It was obvious, really, just not something Sidious expected Vale to pull off at this time. However, the Chancellor sighed. He could see how the general's patience with the Jedi and everything happening lately had ran out. He wasn't sure if those supposed Old Republic remnants or the plague were the last straws. It didn't particularly matter either. Zash was right. Just by being here, she was going to force the Jedi in doing something even more foolish than usual, and one way or another that was going to destroy them. At any other time, Sidious would have been utterly gleeful. Today he found himself in the unenviable position of trying to keep the Jedi from self-destructing for at least few more months. He loathed the very idea so much he couldn't put it in words. Lady Zash, if you're really brought up to speed on the galactic situation, I'll have to advise against revealing yourself as a Sith, at least publicly for the time being. Palpatine looked at Yoda. I believe that it would be in the Republic's and the Jedi's best interest if you don't mention who and what Lady Zash is to the rest of the Jedi Grandmaster. Not until the Confederacy's offensive has been dealt with and our Venators are complete. They will be hitting us in less than a month, and with this plague business, we'll be weaker when they attack. If Teen and his supporters do something regrettable in the next few months, they might very well hand victory to the Confederacy. Zash looked at the Jedi, then tilted her head back and began laughing. I never thought I would see such a day. A Sith being asked to help the Jedi not to destroy themselves. This is a truly strange future you've built for yourselves. Sidious shared the sentiment, however he didn't find it amusing. At all. It was unfortunate at best and quite infuriating. Provide me with the resources I need for my research, and I promise I'll be quiet until either the war ends or the Jedi do something regrettable, as you put it, Chancellor. I'll probably find your army a few new toys to play with. Zash smiled at him. Her smile twisted into something sinister, something that wouldn't have been out of place any Sith's face. However, if they go after my apprentice or myself, then all bets are off. Palpatine would pay good money to see it happening. Well, unless he missed his guess, the only price he would have to pay is even more work and headaches. Because as soon as the Zealots learned of Zash, all hell was going to break loose. He had to update his contingencies to better handle the Jedi disintegrating. I think that could be arranged, Palpatine offered. Master Yoda, may I suggest you concentrate on those rogue Jedi who had been causing us so much trouble? To think that they were responsible for Naboo. The Chancellor glared at the Grandmaster. Some might have forgotten it, but Naboo is my home, Master Yoda. In that regard, nothing has changed. I will use all powers vested in my office to see justice done, no matter if the Confederacy alone was responsible for the atrocity done to my people, or if the people behind it were Jedi, as this information suggests. He pointed at the datapad Veil left him. Sidious let some of the fury he felt slip through his shields. Oh, I like you. To think that the Republic could have a Chancellor with a spine. Where did they find you? Zash leaned forward in the chair she had claimed. Thank you. Palpatine nodded at the woman. I think, he added just to keep the mask of the nice old man who regrettably had been angered by recent events. Investigate we will, justice we will bring, Yoda declared. The kind of justice that tries to get rid of one of my best generals? Or the justice that sees the ones responsible for Naboo get punished for their crimes? Palpatine shot back. You know, Master Yoda, for a long time I believed myself a friend and ally of the Jedi. I believed that we had the same goal, to see the Republic prosper and be safe. Instead, now in its darkest hour, it's not the Sith who are doing their best to see our nation cast down. It's the Jedi, our supposed guardians. Palpatine took a deep breath. Please, Master Yoda, tell me what changed. Sidious made a great show of beseeching the Jedi for answers. The Jedi stare blankly at the Chancellor before speaking slowly. Changed the galaxy did. Changed the Sith have. Or know them we did not. Change we did not. It was a mighty struggle, not to begin laughing at the troll. Then it's time to change, Jedi. If not for your sakes, then for the Republic you're sworn to protect. Either that or watch it shatter because of your own actions. Zash twisted the knife. If Sidious wasn't careful, he might just begin the like the woman. 128th. Chapter 32, Parts 3 and 4. Phase 32, Crimson 71, equals RK equals. N. This update was baited by Patupi on the Space Battles forums. Thank you very much. Part 3, Council Chambers, Jedi Temple, Coruscant. "You're troubled, Master Yoda." Yaddle's soft voice broke the Grandmaster out of his thoughts. "Disturbed I am," the ancient Jedi admitted. "Vale?" Yaddle sighed. "Of course it's him." Yoda simply handed her a data chip he had taken from the Chancellor. It contained all the decrypted information about the Old Republic forces. He had another one too, with a copy of the raw data, and he had Jedi he trusted working on it. The woman hummed and went to her seat, where she inserted the chip into a terminal built into it, then began browsing the information. "I see. It's reasonably genuine, isn't it?" Yaddle muttered. "This is certainly a complication. I would like to say that this data will change things for the better. However, with Vale around, those Jedi might genuinely believe that the Republic is beyond salvation." The Jedi Master frowned. That destroying it before he can corrupt it would be better, no matter what they have to do to achieve it. Yoda gave her a disappointed look, and she chuckled sadly. Piel or Teen might make such an argument in their defense. With the Senate as a whole refusing to act on their concerns, they might eventually reach not-so-different conclusion. Yaddle said. "Afraid I am. Confused," Yoda admitted. "Darker the galaxy is, Vale—" The Grandmaster trailed off. "What did he do this time?" Yaddle spoke in a resigned tone. "Talk about it I should not," Yoda admitted. "That bad?" The younger Jedi Master groaned. "A bigger concern we have. Wait, Vale has to—" Yoda continued to explain about Crimson 71. He already had the archivist searching about any reference concerning the plague. Just as Yoda feared, his news weren't received well. Or calmly. Teen refused to believe that Jedi would have turned on the Republic without Sith influence, and the obvious source was Vale. "Do you really believe him? A Sith? I find it much more likely that he was behind it all and now openly moves against the Jedi." Teen shook his head in denial after seeing the data. "Isn't it convenient that he unearthed all this evidence soon after we confronted him in the Senate? It's an obvious fabrication. I wouldn't be surprised if he had been working on it for years. It was a very good thing that Yoda kept Zash's existence a secret, no matter the eventual fallout." He clearly felt the rising anger and frustration radiating from Piel and Teen. They weren't alone either. Most of the council members present for this session were wary of the data. Mistrustful, only Plo Koon and Adi Mundi kept an open mind about the situation, and even they were shaken. Simply put, the Jedi didn't want to believe that some of their own, even if removed by thousands of years, could do the things they were accused of. Siding with the Confederacy against the Republic and their fellow Jedi was bad enough. Being responsible for Naboo, simply unthinkable. What about that weapon? Master Koon tried to change the topic. "Another abomination created by the Sith," Piel stated coldly. "They might have created that thing, but it wasn't Sith who apparently unleashed it." Yaddle reminded her colleague. "Admitted it the Chancellor has. Gave the orders he did." Yoda confirmed. "Are you sure that the Sith isn't involved?" Rancisis asked. "Searches for Vale's past the Chancellor does. Believe the truth he did not. Seek proof he did." Yoda added. "So it's his fault," Teen concluded. "Don't be daft. It could have been either us or the Separatists who stumbled upon that thing while investigating Vale's claims." Yaddle glared at Sase. Yoda's expression fell as the meeting ground to a halt. The general consensus was to let the Sith deal with the plague and find a way to finally neutralize him as a threat while he was busy. He was sure at least Teen hoped that Vale finally got himself killed and solved that particular problem. As far as the Jedi from the past went, the general consensus was that the presented data, while damning, was suspect at best and an outright fabrication at worst. It was at that moment when Yoda began seriously considering the benefits of retiring somewhere quiet to enjoy his twilight years. Only two things stayed his hand. One was the threat of certain Jedi Masters doing something everyone would regret. The other, even now he wasn't sure what Vale's endgame was. It was unfortunate, but despite what he felt when he first met the man, Yoda could no longer be certain that the Sith would be content to just leave the Jedi be. He had to agree with some of the conservatives' reasoning. While Vale did fight for the Republic, Yoda didn't believe that the man did it simply because it was the right thing to do. He knew that wasn't the case. What Yoda didn't know was what the Sith wanted to achieve in the end. He didn't know if either the Republic or the Jedi had a place in any future Vale was had a hand in shaping. Those were grave concerns. Under different circumstances, Yoda would have found Teen's actions compelling. However, with the Separatists poised to make a credible attempt at winning the war, it simply didn't matter. Yoda had no illusions what would happen to both the Republic or the Jedi Order if the Confederacy won. They were the immediate threat along with that plague. Once those threats were contained, only then the Jedi would be free to act against Vale if it was mandated. He had to somehow convince Teen and his supporters of that simple fact and hope they wouldn't learn about Zash until things calmed down. RK equals Corellian Cruiser, Freedom Staging Area. Hunter, this isn't how I expected we would meet again, Naja Halcyon said. The Corellian Jedi crossed his hands over his chest and rubbed his short beard. The circumstances are less than optimal, I allowed. Now that we're all here. I looked around the bridge. There were a handful Corellian Jedi present, Arya and the Commando friends who just arrived from Mandalore along with Delta Squad. The rest were Navy officers, Admirals Holt and Dow, along with a smattering of cruiser captains, both Republic and Corellian. The original plan was to head for the Imperial Research Facility Army elements were trying to breach before all contact was lost. That plan changed. I nodded at Halcyon. Some of us Jedi felt a major disturbance in the Force centered on the western edges of the core. It's our belief that the biological agent had breached containment, infected all personnel on site, and spread to the frigate in orbit, providing security. Halcyon licked his dry lips. I could feel how disturbed he was by what he felt through the Force. If I had to be honest, the premonitions I saw in my dreams last night were more than enough to give me pause. We strongly suspect that Crimson 71 is heading towards the core worlds, which represent the biggest concentration of sustenance and biomass it could appropriate. If it can reach an inhabited world and spread before we can react, we'll be looking at a catastrophe. At best, we'll have to burn a significant number of core worlds. At worst, we're looking at a galactic extinction event. For those of you who haven't had time to digest the briefing, the more biomass and people it consumes, the stronger and smarter Crimson becomes. It is critical that we stop it before it can spread, I stated coldly. We'll be moving to Abrogado Ray. When we reach it, us Force Adepts will do our best to divine the plague's intended target. If we're unable to prevent it from achieving planetfall, we'll sterilize the world it lands on and destroy any traffic in the system to prevent its spread. By sterilize, you mean, sir? A captain I didn't know asked. Unrestricted orbital bombardment until nothing is left alive on the plane. Let me make one thing crystal clear. I glared at the assembled officers. If we fail to contain Crimson, we're all dead. It's not a matter of if, but of when. We're leaving the moment all ships finish loading provisions. Dismissed. RK equals Part 4, Republic Frigate Fury, high orbit above Atria core worlds. The waiting was finally over. Mere seconds after the captured frigate exited hyperspace, the entity could sense the rich feeding ground that was finally within its reach. The mere thought of so much food, after what felt like an eternity of hunger, made it freeze. Its repurposed biomass shook with anticipation. 267 combat forms salivated when they felt fresh food through the hive mind connecting them. Fury was hailed by an Atrician system defense corvette. A calm, almost bored female voice sounded over the comm on the bridge. However, there was no longer anyone able to answer, even if they were willing. Commander Monis was little more than a large tentacled tumor fused to the helm of what once was his first independent command. Lear's mind was gone, consumed by the ravenous appetite of the plague that transformed his crew. All that was left from the commander was his knowledge of piloting and navigating a vessel like the Fury. Everything else had been discarded in the haste to reach a populated world and create more combat forms. The hail came in again, and this time the voice sounder irritated. The corvette lit up its engines and headed towards the frigate. Meanwhile, the Fury was busy accelerating towards Atria. Gunners, turned into nothing more than biological targeting units, melded into their stations, obeyed one overriding command: protect the greater whole. The Fury's weapons activated, turned in their mounts, and targeted the approaching corvette. There wasn't a third hail, for the frigate answered with all the fury of its armaments. Before the corvette's crew knew what was happening, before they could bring their own weapons to bear or raise their deflectors to full power, a barrage of laser bolts slammed into its hull. The smaller ship stood no chance. Its bridge was shattered in the first salvo, killing the command crew outright. The second cracked the corvette in two, and the third was a mere formality. There was no one left alive to feel the wreck blow up. The death of the system defense vessel kicked up a hive of activity. Multiple corvettes all around Atria came to life and headed towards the Fury. Soon they were followed by 5 light cruisers, the backbone of the local navy. Multiple hails sounded over the bridge. There were no inquiries, no questions. Just a brutally simple demand: halt or be destroyed. The entity ignored those hails too. Only 2 corvettes would be able to come into range before it could breach atmosphere. Unless they successfully rammed the vessel carrying it, and it was going to ensure they wouldn't, there was nothing that could stop its eternal quest for sustenance. =RK equals Menan City Atria. Is this normal? Detective Teng Wai snorted at his protégé's question. He carefully took a sip of caf in order to keep his short beard out of the beverage and looked at the much younger woman who was his partner. Kim Leng was a tiny blonde thing with a pale complexion that was atypical for Atria. Most of the population had a healthy tan, or tended to have naturally brown skin and favored jet-black straight hair. That was something else that made Leng stand apart. Her blonde hair was quite curly, despite her best efforts to keep it in check. That was the Quans, an elderly couple that had been a constant source of both amusement and headaches for Menan's police ever since Y joined the force. The husband, Onai, had been kicked out for the 3rd time this week, and a second since Kim was fostered on the detective as his newest trainee. You'll get accustomed to them, Y stated sagely. Either that or they'll drive you insane. I could have done without this sight. Leng groaned. At least this time Mei Lin kicked him out with his shorts on. He was naked on Monday. Teng took another sip of his caf. Thank you for that image, boss. I need to go bleach my mind. Kim sent him a dirty look. You're welcome. Now why don't you go see why Onai's on the street again? Leng glowered but complied and went to talk with Mei Lin. Teng shook his head in amusement and looked up and down the street. It was quiet, just the odd speeder flying around. It was no surprise. They were in the outskirts of the city, and most people here were already at work, either downtown or in the industrial zone to the south. There wasn't much crime in the area either, just the odd robbery, domestic dispute, and the occasional crash. It was a good place to acclimatize a rookie just out of the academy with the real world without an undue risk. D31 dispatch, we've got a situation. Code 91. A worried voice came over Y's comm. Dispatch, D-3-1, code 91, copy. Details? Teng grimaced. 91 was nasty. A pirate or smuggler ship shot down and on its way to crash land in the region. Still, considering the times, it was better than what it could have been, like a separatist attack, which unfortunately wasn't out of the question either. An unidentified frigate destroyed one of our corvettes, then headed straight for the planet. It was just shot down while entering atmosphere and is expected to crash in the suburbs. The Navy is dispatching Marines to secure the ship. We're expected to secure the area, keep civilians away and assist with first aid for anyone wounded. Stand by for coordinates. Leng, get your ass over here, Y shouted. He drank what was left of his caf, threw away the cup, and jogged towards their speeder. He'd just reached the car when a warbling, whining sound began carrying over the city. Teng looked at the sky for the source, and it wasn't long before his eyes found a falling star coming over the horizon. Sith spit, Kim exclaimed. Y hadn't seen her join him in staring at the falling ship. Dispatch D31, we have a visual on the ship, Y informed. Can't say where it's going to crash yet. D31 dispatch, we're tracking it. It looks like either Zhong or Huainei. We've got SAR ready to deploy as well as SW units and everyone in your part of the city. Navy shuttles and fighter escort are on the way, ETA 15. That would take care of anyone who survives the crash. Teng nodded to himself. It won't help whoever that thing lands on, Kim whispered. A ship landing on you tends to be quite final. Y muttered. He had friends living in both of those districts, at least a few of them were likely to be at home after night shifts. "Get into the car, we're going to be damn busy," Teng ordered and followed his own instruction. SOP for dealing with crashed ships. Ah yes. Kim got into the speeder next to Y and began reciting the SOP. Equals RK equals. Zhong District, Mainwan City, Atria. Thankfully, this part of the city lacked any skyscrapers, or worse, space scrapers, to get afoul of the frigate. The crashed ship had done a number on the district anyway. It had ploughed through 4 kilometers worth of houses and small apartment complexes. The vessel had left a long, deep furrow in the ground in its wake. The sheer heat that emanated from its hull had been enough to ignite anything flammable in the vicinity, as if simply smashing dozens of houses hadn't been enough. To make things worse, every idiot in the zone had decided that the mayhem was a great time to start acting up. Mere minutes after the crash, the lines to Central had been almost swamped with reports of attacks by crazy people in the area. "Rookie, stay behind me, keep your eyes open, your mouth shut, and follow my lead," Y ordered in his best drill sergeant tone. He had learned that more than 30 years ago during his misspent youth as a part of the Atrisian Assault Corps. Thinking about it, it's been about that long since he had the misfortune of seeing such an awful mess. "Dispatch, D31. We're on site. Please advise." D31, dispatch. SAR will be there momentarily. There's an attack in progress at Empress Oiana High School to your east. Go investigate. SW units are on the way, and the Marines are 5 minutes out. B adv. What? I want a confirmation on that. D31, dispatch. Stand by. "Boss, over there," Kim shouted. Y had already been driving towards the school and had a great view of what was happening down there. Teng growled when he saw the schoolyard chock full of kids who were doing their best to look at the crash site. The best they could see from there was the furrow dug by the ship as it had passed uncomfortably close to the school. None of the children should have been out there. There were procedures for disasters like this. Given anything resembling a warning, the kids should have been in the shelters below the school until the all-clear was given. For all anyone knew, there was a radiation leak from the damn frigate that was going to poison the area and anyone who was unprotected, not to mention that if the damn thing had gone down a bit to the right, it would have ploughed straight through the school itself. The detective shook his head. He'd be having words with both his bosses and whoever ran that school. Once the current crisis was averted, of course. Y frowned. Everyone he could see from the air looked too calm to be under any sort of attack. If this was a prank call, he would have someone's guts for distracting them from helping people in real trouble. Unfortunately, the call hadn't been a prank. That became painfully obvious when something jumped through a window on the 3rd floor of the main school building and landed in the middle of the overcrowded yard. It took Teng a few precious moments to comprehend what the hell he was seeing before his training kicked in. That thing had too many limbs and a lot of criffing tentacles. It was hostile too, something that became awfully obvious when it suddenly began scything through the kids with a terrible ease. Moments later, it was joined by 2 more things of its kind. One was carrying what appeared to be a leg and was chewing on it. "Dispatch, D-3-1. Y shouted in his comm and put the speeder in a steep dive. "Unknown aliens are attacking children at the Empress Oiana High School. Multiple casualties, multiple attackers. We need backup and SAR now. Kim, hold on." Teng didn't pay any attention to the frantic voice coming over the comm. He was too busy wrestling with the speeder's controls and keeping the machine from hitting any of the children who were trampling each other in a hysterical scramble away from their attackers. The repulsors screamed in overdrive under Y's insane driving, however they did their job splendidly. The speeder pulled up a moment before smearing itself in the schoolyard and flew centimeters above the corpses of slaughtered children. Before the insane aliens knew they were in danger, Teng slammed his vehicle in the closet one, then he made the machine drift and hit a second one with the trunk. It was a minor miracle that he'd managed to retain control and hadn't sent the speeder spinning through the still crowded yard. Instead, the machine had managed a more or less controlled stop next to the main building. Y didn't have any time to contemplate his stunt, nor the fact that he was still alive. The 3rd alien was nearby. The monstrosity was much uglier up close. It resembled a bloated human, and the torn shreds of what might have been an armor let credence to that insane theory. However, its legs were bent wrong, the arms had too many clawed fingers, and all those tentacles with mouths, teeth, and eyes. Seeing the hellspawn made Teng freeze. The thing roared at him and threw away the torn leg it was chewing on. Kim screamed back, and that was fortunately enough to get Y out of his funk. The detective snarled at the monster, which screamed and leapt towards the car. He slammed his foot on the accelerator, and the speeder darted forward. That caught the alien freak by surprise, and it slammed into the lightly armored vehicle. Its tentacles slashed at Y, and he flinched when they left gouges in the windshield, which was made of transparent metal. Teng hit the brakes, and the monster was sent flying back. It hit the ground, crushing gutted children, and suddenly stopped after using its tentacles as anchors. It shook its malformed, fanged head and roared. Its war cry was answered by two more. Y dared to glance back, and his blood ran cold. The other two aliens were very much alive and getting to their feet. Kim, shoot those things. Teng snapped and drove straight at the monster in front of the speeder. 129th. Chapter 32, Parts 5 and 6. Phase 32, Crimson 71, equals RK equals. Part 5, Zhong District, Menyuan City. Atria. Why won't you criffing die? Teng shouted at the tentacle monster he just plastered over the durasteel wall of the school. Its lower half was nothing more than a paste of shattered bone and shredded meat. Despite that, the alien monstrosity showed no signs of dying. The criffing thing was clawing at the twisted hood of the speeder, and its tentacles were doing their best to grind through the windshield. Red and black viscera splashed over its chest from misshapen maw, yet the thing roared in anger instead of pain. Die! Kim roared back. She leaned out of the window on her side and opened up with her blaster. Half her shots missed despite the practically point-blank range, however the rest struck true. Huge chunks of the monster's face were blown apart in a short order. The thing still struggled and lashed at them. It continued to do so even after its jaw was gone, the brain burned in its skull, and the top of the head disintegrated. It had no direction. The attacks grew wilder, blind, yet the thing simply refused to die. Wei stared at the monster slack-jawed. The thing should be dead. Nothing alive had any right to continue moving after sustaining that much punishment. An angry roar from behind interrupted Teng. The detective glanced at the window and winced. He all but forgot about the other two monsters, and they used that to come next to the speeder. Clawed finger and tentacles grabbed the vehicle and began shacking it as if it was a toy. Kim screamed and tumbled out of the window she was leaning out of. Wei swore when a moment later the aliens drove the speeder into his partner's legs, and she howled in agony. That was enough to draw him out of his stupor. Teng waited for the monsters to raise the speeder up a bit and then went in reverse. The bloody things kept hold on the vehicle and were pulled along, away from Kim. The monsters screamed in indignation, and Teng snarled at them. He twisted the controls and spun the speeder. One of the aliens lost its grip and was sent tumbling through the schoolyard. The one clinging to the side of the speeder continued to hold for a bit longer, until the machine smashed into the school and crushed it into the wall. Wei groaned. His vision swam, and his head was killing him. He glanced through the twisted side window, only to see a bloodshot eye attached to a twitching tentacle glaring back. The detective blanched and scrambled to get away. It took him a couple of tries to remove the safety belt before he could scramble over Kim's seat and crawl through the open window. Teng fell on the ground among torn and bloody arm and legs. He scrambled to get away from the blood and gore, but no matter where he looked, there were bodies, and worse, pieces. The third alien roared in triumph and charged its prey. The detective went for his blaster, drew it despite his dizziness, but then it slipped through his blood-covered fingers. All Wei could see was the monster, complete with so many hungry eyes, more teeth than anything should possess, and those maw and spit-covered tentacles. The monster sprinted towards Wei. All he could do was scramble back in an instinctive reaction to get away from the rushing predator. It was mere meters away when it was engulfed by flashes of light. The alien staggered and screeched in fury. Then another barrage struck it in the side. Its left arm simply disintegrated, and half its ugly face was seared away, which was a huge improvement. Wei chuckled at that thought before it dawned to him that he was still alive. The blaster fire continued until the monster stopped moving, and by that point, there wasn't much left above its waist. Teng looked up and laughed. An assault shuttle was hovering above the school with its rear ramp open and aimed at the yard. A SW unit was there, in staggered rows in the small space, and were looking for other targets. The detective's eyes dashed over the yard. Everyone who could had gotten out, however, that left scores of mauled children with even more trampled by the stampede. Teng's relieved laughter died in his throat. The adrenaline began draining out of his system, and he started shaking. Until now, he hadn't really had time to be afraid or process the slaughter he was seeing. Wei blanched and emptied his stomach over the gore he was sitting in. Only then he remembered his rookie. Wei looked along the school building and sighed in relief. Kim was laying on the ground, but seemed to be well enough given the circumstances. It appeared that the first monster had tried to crawl towards her, but it had been shot to pieces. =RK=. 5 minutes later, Kim's legs were splintered, and she was stuck at a relatively gore-free part of the yard, along with the kids who survived. The place was filling up with police and paramedics, and ambulances were flying in from all over the region. Too little too late. He glanced at the school, where multiple SW units were searching for other monsters and any survivors. More shuttles were screaming overhead, bringing reinforcements from the fleet as well as supplies. It wouldn't be long before a QRF from the nearest military base could come to help contain the situation. Bile rose up in his throat, despite the fact he emptied his stomach earlier. The medic trying to clean the blood from him so he could check if Teng was actually wounded, besides the shock, barely registered. "Medic, we've got a live one over here," an officer shouted nearby. Teng's eyes snapped in that direction. He saw a beat cop kneeling next to a girl with a nasty gash where her throat used to be. The child was obviously dead, and the poor bastard was losing it worse than Wei. The detective's eye widened when the corpse shook and then turned to its side. 2 bloodshot, empty eyes blinked open. Then the girl's head turned towards the policeman, who was looking away, waving at the paramedics. She opened her mouth, revealing blood-stained teeth, and then moved surprisingly fast to bite the officer's neck. The man shouted in surprise and pain. He tried to tear away the girl, who had clamped her arms and legs around his torso and was chewing on his neck. Wei pushed the medic away and stumbled to help his colleague. The doctor tried to stop him, and they grappled for a moment. That turned out to be fortunate. A pair of medics and another policeman ran to help the beleaguered man, which turned out to be a terrible idea. The corpses around them stirred and began getting up. Teng swore and went for his blaster, only to remember that it was still back near his speeder. Someone screamed from the right too, where Kim was laying helpless. Wei's head snapped in that direction, and he paled. A few of the wounded kids had gotten up and were either attacking the medics treating them or were busy savaging other casualties. A boy who couldn't be older than 14 was crawling towards Kim too. She was trying to get away, but with 2 broken legs and who knew how much painkillers in her system, the rookie wasn't having much luck. Wei cursed, shoved the medic away and stumbled onwards to help his partner. Behind him the screaming intensified and was soon drowned out by blaster fire. =RK=. Part 6. Chancellor's Residence. Location classified. Coruscant. In the middle of the night, Sidious slept and dreamed of screams, hunger and dread. Of the Force whispering about a rising danger, of conflict and new challenges. It was a small miracle that Palpatine didn't overreact and use his powers when someone began bashing on his bedroom's door. The only reason why he kept any displays of hard-to-explain powers at bay was habit. It's been long months since he could get away from his security detail, even when in his own home, and that was a place he had to abandon in favor of a lair not known to the public at large. At least he got all his important things shipped here safely. It was truly a good thing that anything sensitive he kept at home had been carefully secured within other things, like gifts, ancient pieces of art or furniture. Otherwise, the Chancellor's new security arrangements would have proven even more troublesome. Sidious opened his eyes and very carefully accessed the Force and felt for immediate threats. There was a sense of coming danger, of foreboding, but nothing that would endanger him personally right now. "What is it?" Palpatine asked in a good rendition of a tired and exasperated old man. There is an ongoing accident on Atria. The news just broke. All we know at this point is that a bioweapon attack is in progress. Major Berg, this night's chief of the security detail, informed him. Crimson, Sidious whispered. He threw away the covers and jumped out of the bed with agility that should have been impossible for someone at his age, at least without extensive enhancements. I'm coming. What is happening over there? Palpatine asked and grabbed a robe that he then threw over his sleeping clothes. An unknown frigate blew up one of their system defense craft, headed straight for the planet, and then was shot down by one of their cruisers. It crash-landed in the suburbs of a city, Menan or something. Just as the first responders were getting there, calls about people getting mad and unknown aliens attacking began coming in. A few hours later, the place was put under quarantine, and that's what we got so far. The news just broke to the galaxy at large. The Major explained. Any information from our intel services about what's happening? Palpatine opened the door and asked the Major, who stood at a parade rest next to it, along with a pair of fully armored and armed troopers. Already asked, no response yet, sir. Tell them to hurry. Someone awake General Kenobi and give me a line to Vale's fleet. Find where Dr. Zash is right now and get her on the comm too, along with Master Yoda. Palpatine began issuing orders. He had been hoping that this mishap could be contained before it made things ever more complicated, but apparently that was not to be. What he dreamed of, Sidious was pretty sure that the Force had a hand in this, the dark side specifically. It wanted, thrived on conflict, and this latest debacle was going to guarantee that there would be conflict the likes which this galaxy hadn't seen in a long, long time. Even if everything went right from now on, Vale and his fleet wouldn't be available to help blunt the initial CIS offensive. That by itself might allow the enemy to achieve some success and prolong the war. At worst, Sidious really didn't want to think about it, even if he had been busy making contingency plans in case Crimson couldn't be contained. The core worlds were going to burn in that case, and in a way he most definitely wouldn't enjoy. RK equals downtown, Menan City, Atria. If someone asked him how he got here, Wei would be hard-pressed to answer. Everything after the school was a blur, a living nightmare that simply refused to end. Teng remembered grabbing an open case, half full with Bacta syringes, and using it to bash in the head of a kid trying to bite Kim. Then he was dragging her away from the infected. A soldier paused in his shooting just long enough to hand him her sidearm, then continued to fire at the maddened children. A gunship came in for a strafing run and simply continued to fly down until it slammed into the school. It exploded and immolated a third of the main building, trapping at least a SW unit inside. More gunships came in, another crashed. A second blew up its wingman before being shot down by the rest of the flight. Then they disengaged. The next thing Wei could recall was carefully putting Kim in the back of an abandoned air car and taking off just in time to avoid a pair of shambling troopers. The poor bastards lacked helmets and had visible bites on their faces. As he left, the detective saw them be put down by a squad of fully armored Marines. He remembered wanting to get away from this madness. To find a doctor for Kim and preferably drink enough to forget this day happened, and it was still morning. Another more or less clear memory was arriving at a hospital downtown. Teng wasn't really sure how he got there, but the place was open, guarded by multiple SW units and a platoon of soldiers just shipped from the closest assault corps base. Teng vaguely remembered being ordered into a decon shower, receiving enough Bacta and antibiotics to drown half his precinct, and then being poked a lot with needless to draw blood and spending what felt like hours under various scanners. By the end of it, the shock was receding and he was starting to think clearly. Unfortunately, that was when things took a turn for the worse. Wei was pretty sure he heard a pair of soldiers quietly talking next to his room. The city was under quarantine. Ragul protocols were in effect. Obviously, it wasn't nearly enough because a bus chose that time to slam into the side of the hospital. The building shook, alarms began blaring, and then the screaming and roars began. Panicked doctors and patients either ran or stumbled one way, while the soldiers and police moved against the tide to reach the crash site. Teng used the opportunity to get away and search for Kim. He was pretty sure she should have been around, quarantine and all. The hospital shook from another hit, this time on the opposite side. The panic intensified. A third crash was more than the power net could take, and the lights went out to be replaced by chemical emergency lighting that bathed everything in sinister red. Somehow Wei found Kim's room after struggling through corridors chock full with terrified people. She was locked inside and seemed out of it. Teng honestly had no idea how he got his partner to the roof. There were flashes, bashing in heads with a fire extinguisher, pushing a hover stretcher with Kim strapped on it, following the tattered remains of an SW unit who were fighting their way to safety as well. What Wei remembered was getting on an ambulance along with a handful of other survivors and leaving the rooftop half a minute before. The hospital was razed by orbital fire, along with a lot of the surrounding district. The next thing Teng knew, he was here, at the top levels of a corporate skyscraper, which were now used as a makeshift staging area. The building was being fortified by 2 infantry companies and a platoon of combat engineers. More people and material were flown in, while screened civilians were flown to be placed into quarantine outside the city. Menan itself had been locked down tight. Everything not military trying to leave was shot down by either a Cap or the Navy. Even military flights which showed even a minimal deviation in their flight paths received the same treatment. From what Teng could gather, an army corps was assembling outside the city, and once in position, they would come in, kill everything infected, and place anyone appearing healthy into quarantine, if things didn't go even more wrong before that. He was pretty sure that there were plans to incinerate Menan and everyone inside in place. He couldn't blame the brass either, not after he saw what that sickness could do to people. It was a major miracle that he and Kim made it this far and appeared to be healthy. He couldn't say the same for too many people. Every time he dared close his eyes, Wei saw the distorted faces of the children he had to put down, of the recently infected patients, doctors, and even fellow policemen in the hospital. Teng looked over the window of the former office, now a resting area, where he was left to recover along with Kim. The city was covered by smoke clouds. He could see at least a couple of dozen out-of-control fires, and only a handful had firefighters dealing with them. The rumble of artillery and airstrikes against concentrations of the infected was a constant reminder that in less than a day, Menan had turned into hell. The darkened sky flashed with blue fire. Even inside, Wei could feel a static build-up as the planetary shields went up. He wasn't the only one confused by that. Nearby soldiers felt it and began asking questions over their comms. It took a few minutes, but he got an answer that raised his spirits. "The Republic's here," one of the soldiers guarding the area announced aloud. "They just brought a whole fleet and presumably an army or 2. The man's voice was full of jubilation. That news made Wei feel relief for the first time since the madness started. With the Gar here, they might be able to save a lot of the poor bastards still trapped out in the city. Case Black Dawn, I say again, Case Black Dawn. All available units converge on the planetary shield generators and power nodes. Defend them at all costs. I say again, Case Black Dawn." "The Criff," the same soldier exclaimed and stared at his comm as if it had turned into a poison snake. "Call in for evacuation now." An NCO not much younger than Wei snapped. He had seen the man around, but hadn't talked with him yet. The sergeant was in charge of securing this section of the building. "The Republic isn't here to help us. They're here to stop the plague." "But that's the same." The trooper shook his head in confusion. "Not if they plan to burn the plague along with us and most of Atria." The NCO grumbled. "Call in the evac now, damn it. We're straight in the middle of the biggest target on the planet, and that fleet's likely gunning for us." =RK=. Flag bridge. Corellian cruiser Freedom. 1 light second from Atria. Exiting hyperspace went smoothly. If it wasn't for my connection with the Force, I wouldn't have felt it. Time was up. Mere seconds later, one of the comtechs got us a line to Coruscant, where I knew Palpatine and company were debating what to do. That was a bit problematic, because I actually lacked clearly stated orders to deal with Crimson at any cost, which could be a problem in the long term. It was almost amusing, and once it would have been terrifying, how my priorities had shifted since I became a Sith. Once the prospect of destroying a world and killing trillions would have been unthinkable, sheer madness. Nowadays, what concerned me was the consequences of failure, and the political ones if we didn't criff up by the number. I looked around at the people gathered on the flag bridge. There was a smattering of techs and staff officers who helped us run the fleet. The notable people, however, were Admiral Holt, Master Halcyon, and General Cody, who I had poached from Obi-Wan once my brother-in-law figured out he would be stuck on Coruscant for the foreseeable future. I got the clone promoted and added him as a commander to the GAR component of my forces. Once Rex recovered, I was going to get him in charge of my special force units and fold them into the 501st as a new special warfare group. "Captain, you have your orders," Admiral Holt said. The woman looked a bit uncomfortable in her new uniform, though it was mostly the fact that she was no longer running her cruiser. "Aye, ma'am." The Corellian answered and cut the comm. "Chancellor, we just exited hyperspace. I need those orders now." I spoke formally once Palpatine's hologram appeared. The hollow image of Palpi tried its best to look tired and regretful. Next to him, I could see Yoda, who didn't look much better, a grumpy-looking Zash, and Obi-Wan, who was wearing a uniform with enough ribbons to make him look uncomfortable in it. "General Vale, if Crimson 71 is indeed loose on Atria, you're to do anything in your power to prevent it from leaving that world, including destroying all life on the planet." Palpatine spoke slowly. Each word was weighted with sorrow. He was the perfect image of a man being torn by an unthinkable decision he had to make no matter how he loathed it. "Admiral, we're being hailed by the Atrician Navy," Freedom's former XO, now promoted to captain, informed us. "Patch them to the flag bridge." "When will a summary of the local news intercepts be ready?" Joanna asked. "We're working on it," one of the techs informed us. "It appears that the outbreak began in Mainwan City. The locals believe that they have it contained there and are preparing to go in and purge the place once they've got sufficient forces in place." "Calculations in progress." Another added he was in charge of ensuring that multiple cruisers could execute a micro-jump into range of the local cruisers. "If Crimson is contained, it's because it serves its purpose to make it appear so. Once it has repurposed sufficient biomass in neural clusters to enhance its force abilities, it will break through the quarantine and strike at nearby population centers. The only reason it's lying low is that it doesn't yet have the strength to affect multiple ships in orbit," I growled. "If it wasn't for a whole fleet with multiple Sith keeping the crews safe, we wouldn't have been able to stop it at Odeka Faustin. I already briefed you on what happened back then." "Me too," Zash chirped. "Truly, Crimson is one of the nastiest things the Empire managed to cook up." My former master nodded sagely. Her chipper attitude earned her a glare from Obi-Wan and most people around me. Yoda looked simply resigned, and Palpi was actually unreadable. Curious. "Order the local naval forces to stand down. The fleet will assume formation Alpha 1. I want multiple cruisers ready to take out the Atrician ships using ion cannons." "They're unlikely to let us do our job," I ordered. "Republic Force, this is Rear Admiral Yuan Zhan. Please state your purpose." "We're not going to stand down while our world is threatened by a bioweapon." An old male voice came over the comm. A moment later, a new hollow image joined those from Coruscant. An elderly man with Asian features looked coldly at us. He wore an ornate uniform, with a left breast covered by even more ribbons than those burdening Obi-Wan's uniform. Despite the parchment-like skin and thinning white hair, the Atrician admiral had an aura of strength and competence surrounding him. "Admiral Zhan, your world is a victim of a virulent, sapient bioweapon. Despite what your people on the ground believe, it's not contained. It merely bides its time until it can no longer be stopped." I explained, though I knew it was going to be futile. The Atrician wasn't going to let us burn his homeworld even if he believed every word I was saying. He would at least try to get as many healthy people out, and that would risk Crimson escaping, something that had to be prevented at all costs. Even if that's true, with the Republic's help, we'll be able to stop the plague. "That's why you're here, isn't it?" Zhan gave me a suspicious look. "I find it curious that you arrived this fast. It's like you knew about the plague." "We did know that the weapon was on its way to this region of the core worlds from the unknown regions." I nodded. "The unfortunate truth is that a Republic survey mission breached its containment while examining an ancient Imperial facility." At this point, there wasn't much point in lying. Too many people within the GAR knew about Crimson, not to mention the fact that both the Republic and Jedi managed to find some fragmentary records from my time, and all of them pointed at the Empire as the origin of the Criffing thing. It would be a wishful thinking to believe that such information won't find its way out, especially after Atria was burned down. We received no warning, Zan snapped. Take that up with Gar High Command and the Republic government, Admiral. If it was up to me, everyone in the galaxy would know that Crimson 71 is still active and a threat. If you knew, you might have been able to save your world. I spoke flatly. The fact that Palpy and company decided to keep things about Crimson relatively low-key to avoid more panic and chaos wasn't something I agreed with, but I held my tongue. Any world the thing landed on would have to be sterilized unless we wanted to risk the whole galaxy. That or quarantined for a long, long time, none of which we could really afford at this time. The quarantine of Naboo was one resource drain too many, and the Blue Shadow was a common cold in comparison. You aren't here to help us, but to protect the rest of the Republic. Zen nodded grimly. I even understand. Case Black Dawn. Designate the Republic force as hostile, the Atrician Admiral ordered. You understand, but you'll do your duty to your people, no matter the risk or odds. I nodded in understanding and respect. Lieutenant? A moment, sir. Calculations complete. The tech answered. Execute. I ordered and looked at the tactical display. A third of my fleet vanished and then reappeared in the vicinity of the Atrician cruisers on this side of the planet. Ion cannons tracked their targets and spoke as one, and more than half of the defenders were dead in space. Task Force Alpha, take out the remain of the Atrician Navy, continue using ion cannons if practical. The rest of the fleet will assume bombardment formation above Atria. Jump when calculations are ready and commence bombardment. Launch small craft and take out all ships that aren't ours. Do not let anything leave the planet. And just like that, I ordered the death of trillions and their whole world. It wasn't the first time either. I frowned. I should be feeling something besides anticipation, shouldn't I? The last time I did. 130. Chapter 32, Parts 7 and 8. Phase 32, Crimson 71, equals RK equals. Part 7, Menan City Atria. The eternal hunger could not be satiated, however sustenance could calm the hunger pangs that were its constant companion. Finally being able to feast cleared up its vast mind. The additional biomass and especially neural networks it could use helped too. Finally, it could think beyond its next meal. It no longer was a slave to its instincts. Even then, it paused, savored fresh tastes on its many tongues, felt tender flesh being torn apart from still living food by dozens of jaws, gorged itself on bone marrow and sinew. The feeding frenzy slowed down. Basic combat forms looked around and surveyed their surroundings with their many eyes and enhanced ears. The infected breathed deeply and sorted through thousands of scents. Only then did it allow itself to use the Force and seek prime biomass. The intelligence paused in confusion. The world it had landed on was densely populated. It could feel the siren song of at least 1 trillion beings. However, those touched by the Force were few and far between. Even those few felt wrong, weaker. The combat forms directly touched by the sickness bristled at the very thought. The lack of prime biomass was going to slow it down, and already its spread was suboptimal. It planned to land at a spaceport and spread before anyone was the wiser. Instead, it was blinded by the feeling of so much food concentrated on the planet. In its ravenous dash towards sustenance, it didn't react in time and was shot down short of the optimal target. No matter, the food's response was less severe than feared. It could feel it. Their confusion, determination. The food had no idea what it was dealing with. If it understood the concept, the entity would have smiled. A small demonstration of power to sow chaos, a few tiny custom-made organisms attached to shuttles, busy removing sustenance from its immediate reach, and all attempts for containing it were for naught. It didn't understand smiling, though it could feel satisfaction at a job well done. The food was gathering around the sustenance center it infected. It would be coming for it, trying to purge it. The food was fighting, even achieving some successes, though more than a few were just because it allowed them to happen. The entity was playing for time. Already multiple nerve clusters were approaching maturation. They were less powerful than it desired, with smaller range. The prime biomass was infected with strange organisms that resisted repurposing and weakened the ensuring clusters. It was a setback, but it wasn't going to matter. The hunger could not be denied. The hours needed for the clusters to properly grow up were spent in feasting, studying the local food, and tailoring combat forms. From consumed soldiers, it found out what their rack-out protocols were. It examined them and felt amusement. Eating those morsels, once it got away from this world, would be a treat. RK equals. It felt all-consuming rage. That emotion was so potent that it even silenced the ever-present hunger. The force boiled and became ripe with anticipation when a new entity arrived in system. The sickness remembered it. It was the same poisoned food that denied it the last time. The same one that ensured it would hunger for eons. Tens of thousands of combat forms roared their fury to the heavens. 1,000,000 infected went into a killing frenzy. The nerve clusters shook and the first one awoke. The hunger could not be denied. It wouldn't be consigned to oblivion once more. The rage grew. It burned hotter than the heart of a star. Infected people shook as their will was stripped from them by the boundless hunger. Combat forms and simple thralls surged from their hiding places. The entity screamed its rage through the force, and it resonated through every infected within the city. Battle-hardened veterans froze in their tracks. Vehicle crews clutched their ears in a futile attempt to make the noise stop. Pilots blacked out, and every single vehicle flying above Menan crashed. Only then did the infected fall upon the helpless defenders and tear them apart. The force scream lasted 4 minutes, and by the time it ended, the only surviving soldiers were the ones high in skyscrapers and a lucky few squads too far away from infected. It was only the beginning. The one who denied it was still out of range. However, the same couldn't be said for the food circling the city. 1,000,000 throats snarled and turned towards the forces ensuring the quarantine. The entity focused most of its attention on them, though it didn't forget to send more infected to spread it through everyone still left in the city. Others homed on the few remaining nest of resistance, and one in particular was singled with a special attention. It was the only site which was lucky enough to have landed shuttles during the scream. RK equals. Flag Bridge Corellian Cruiser. Freedom High Orbit over Atria. This is going to be ugly. I need an armor brigade and at least an infantry division for what's all but guaranteed to be a suicide mission. I snarled. If we were dealing with anything but Crimson, I would have ordered the fleet to ignore the defenders and jump on the edge of the gravity well and commence bombardment immediately. We tried that back in my day and lost a whole battle group for no gain. Crimson was waiting for them and either pulled those ships out of orbit, killed off the crews, or even worse, took control of them. The second time we were ready and had multiple Sith on each ship. We still had to land and take out the shield generators the hard way. We never stopped cursing the bastards who thought it was a great idea to have our primary bio-warfare division labs and the planetary shield research complex housed on the same world, along with a Sith Academy, so Crimson could have a ready supply of Force adepts to consume and strengthen itself. Seeing Atrizia's planetary shields come online before we could get into effective range brought back memories I thought suppressed. Fighting twisted monsters in a desperate bid to reach and disable the generators. Being one of a handful of Sith who managed to use the Force well enough to keep ourselves healthy. Barely making it out as the planet was burned down to the crust behind us. It was a decade later, and largely thanks to Ashara, that the nightmares stopped. I almost laughed at that thought. By that point in my life, I believed myself immune to fear. I was a thing other people had nightmares of. Crimson proved me wrong. It weakened the Empire and came close to bringing its downfall in the aftermath. And now the Criffing thing was unleashed again. If I could go back in time, I would murder the Criff out of the Dark Council for this. General Vale, I'll appreciate if you don't break my flag bridge. Admiral Holt's concerned voice brought me back to the present. I looked around and winced. The deck below my feet was twisted, and I was surrounded by a corona of wild, angry manifestation of the dark side, which was lashing around me. Thankfully, everyone had the presence of mind to keep themselves far away of me. Dully noted Admiral. Crimson brought back some memories I believed I'd handled. I bit off. That bad? Halcyon asked. As if to answer, the Force itself screamed in fury interlaced with terrible hunger. That bad? I deadpanned after reinforcing my mental shields. Get me my volunteers and take out those shields, I ordered before plunging deeply in the dark side and infusing myself with its essence. I'll do my best to keep our ships and ground troops shielded, but I won't be able to do that for long, I added and began preparing myself for another round of battle meditation. Admiral Holt, we have Prime Minister Huan and Empress Fei on the comm. They demand explanation for our actions. Tell them to check with what's left of their troops at the quarantine zone. That should be an explanation enough. I looked at Holt. Admiral, no matter what happens, no ship can leave this planet. Bring the freedom above the shield generator complex. It will make it easier for me to protect our troops on the ground. You have tactical command. I closed my eyes and let my consciousness expand. First, my mind touched the people on the flag bridge. I felt Halcyon flinch at the contact, though after a few seconds he accepted the connection. It was communication with concepts, ideas, and images. The Green Jedi saw a glimpse of what Crimson could become. The man flinched once more, but then his heart flared up with determination. He gave me a grim nod and headed toward the closest hangar bay. My awareness spread, and now I was connected with everyone on the ship. A thought was all it took, and their will was bolstered. They would do their duty and wouldn't falter. Then it was the turn for the other ships. We were already on the edge of the gravity well, and soon would be in Crimson's range. I frowned and felt like slapping myself. I couldn't protect everyone, not without killing myself. However, I didn't need to. I carefully pulled out from most of the crew until I was touching only those on the bridge, CIC and engineering. The rest would have to fend for themselves. Only then did I return to seeking the minds of the command crews of the rest of the fleet, as well as every engineering crew. =RK=. Part 8. Shield Generator Complex, Ming Valley, Atria. Jedi Master Halcyon had read the records. He knew, intellectually, what an advantage large-scale battle meditation could be. Despite that, experiencing it firsthand was an eye-opener. By all rights, the attack should have been a disaster. There was merely 10 hours to plan it, in case taking out the shields the hard way was necessary. The only good news was the inordinately good intelligence about the target provided by the Atricians themselves in case the CIS attacked and the GAR came to reinforce them. That shouldn't have been enough. An armored brigade and a mechanized infantry division with a bit of air support were simply insufficient to take the complex before they could be hit by overwhelming reinforcements, not when they had to tangle with 4 Dug in Atrician Assault Corps, a mix of heavy infantry and armor augmented by extensive minefields and multiple heavy weapon emplacements. That's what conventional wisdom claimed. Halcyon's experience in the war so far agreed. They were proven wrong. A whole fighter and bomber squadron suffered failures while passing through the shield. A third of the transports either crash-landed or had to land short of the target due to the same kind of damage. The portion of the task force under the Jedi Master's command should have been easy pickings for the defenders. The locals knew what they were fighting for: the survival of their very world, the people they loved, their families. Nejar knew that he'd be facing fanatical resistance, and neither he or the clones under his command would be as determined to win as the enemy, even if he knew that the plague had to be stopped at any cost. The reality of the situation was quite different. He could feel the touch of Vale's mind upon his own. It bolstered his courage, connected him with every man under his command, and made them all act with unparalleled coordination. That was not all. Halcyon could sense the enemy's intentions, could anticipate their actions, their positions, even before he used the Force to do so, and when he accessed it, his capabilities were further bolstered. What should have been meticulously planned and well-executed defense was anything but. Atrician veterans faltered, fought as individuals instead of members of a single unit. Halcyon could feel their courage faltering even before his soldiers entered effective range. Every Atrician fought as an individual. The experienced veterans did better. They didn't break despite an overwhelming feeling of fear and despair. They fought and died alone. The same couldn't be said for the inexperienced soldiers among them. Many froze, flinched, and some threw away their weapons and ran away in the face of seemingly invincible enemy. Here and there, small knots of Atricians, with exceptional willpower, made last stands. A squad dug in around multiple automated blaster cannons held out against two companies with tank support until Halcyon entered the fray himself. A tank platoon led a valiant last-ditch defense at the gates of the complex that halted a whole battalion until infantry swarmed them with missiles and thermal detonators. The rest of the Atrisians simply broke or died under withering barrages of impossibly coordinated fire. Halcyon stared at the carnage and found it hard to believe his eyes. Most of the defenders were gone, dead, surrendered, or running. There was a battalion dug in within the complex itself, and the only reason they were still holding was because the Jedi was waiting for enough infantry to reach the entrance so they could eliminate the remaining resistance with minimal losses. It was less than an hour since the attack began. By all accounts, Nejar just commanded one of the greatest victories in the war to date, yet he felt anything but joy. He knew it was necessary, that failure could see the galaxy die screaming. Yet that knowledge was cold comfort, as his success meant the dead of billions anyway. "General, we've got unknown craft heading our way. The Cap is experiencing technical failures when attempting to intercept them." A confused voice came over the comm, and it chilled Nejar's blood. The Jedi Master closed his eyes so he could concentrate better and search the Force. Despite the battle mediation making his courage unwavering, Halcyon felt a pang of fear and revulsion. A wave of fury and hunger was approaching upon a dozen speeders and atmospheric shuttles. "Commander Roy, take a regiment and get that building secured and the shields disabled now," Halcyon ordered. "All armor is to assume defensive positions. Infantry is to dig in and prepare for imminent attack. Check your armor seals. We're about to be attacked by infected. Everyone with compromised armor is to pull back to the complex. =RK=. Downtown Menan City, Atria. Wei found himself on the ground, clutching his aching head. There was something sticky on his face and on both sides of his neck. For a moment he thought that he was back at the schoolyard and everything had been a particularly realistic and nasty nightmare. The detective cracked his eyes open and groaned. No such luck. He recognized the damn office. He touched his face and examined the sticky stuff. It was blood. The pounding in his head increased, and he remembered. One moment Teng was talking with the sergeant, hoping to arrange evacuation for Kim. Then he heard screaming. Not with his ears, but in his mind. That's all he remembered before awakening on the floor. Wei groaned and gingerly got up, which was quite difficult thanks to a sudden bout of vertigo. Teng dry heaved before the dizziness subdued and the headache lessened a bit. He looked around and cursed. Half the people were lying in pools of their own blood. Some had clawed out their eyes and had torn large chunks of their faces. Others lay dead with blood leaking from their eye, nose, and ears. Whatever that Sith spit was, it killed off a lot of people. Wei was one of the lucky ones, along with the sergeant who was still trying to get up and a couple of soldiers moaning on the ground. Wei went to the NCO and helped the man up. "Sarge, we need to go. If that Sith-spawn plague hit the whole city with whatever this criffery was, we're dead if we stay here," the detective said. "Criffit, you're right. Get whoever's still alive in here together. I'll go see if we still got a shuttle or two ready to leave." The sergeant groaned and tapped his comm. Teng nodded and went to check on Kim. Her head was covered in blood. She was unconscious, but at least the rookie was still breathing. Wei carefully picked her up and headed towards the CEO's personal hangars that were appropriated by the military. He would be seeking other survivors once Kim was secured in the first flight out. =RK=. Quarantine perimeter Menan City, Atria. The entity's rage knew no bounds. It had come so close to destruction, it still couldn't believe its luck in surviving. If it wasn't for the food raising a shield over the planet, the ships in orbit would have burned it. Worse, prevented it from feeding. It could feel the danger was far from over. The being that denied it the last time was here. It was trying to deny the hunger, to rob it of sustenance. That could not be borne. 1,000,000 strong infected, thousands of speeders carrying combat forms, and tens of thousands of the latter surged at the food, digging it around the city. The entity screamed its fury and frustration at them, channeled its fear through the Force, and used all those emotions to fuel its powers. The food screamed. Some began tearing at their eyes. Others shot at anything that moved. Yet more either ran in panic or curled into catatonic balls until they could be consumed. Those strong enough to resist were singed out. Artillery positions were engulfed in self-destructive madness, with the crews turning against each other. Others bombarded friendly positions without even realizing it. The Atrisians, unfortunate enough to possess sufficient willpower to resist, were focused upon. Soldiers were crushed by invisible force. Tanks failed and became tombs for the crews able to resist the mental attacks, and they were the most lucky. Most of them lived long enough for monsters to peel away the armor surrounding them before they were consumed alive and aware. Bomber flights shattered as they entered effective range. Some escorting fighters opened fire on their charges and had to be put down. Only then did the wave of twisted people and custom-built combat forms slammed into the shattered perimeter and drowned it into a sea of snapping jaws and clawed tentacles. More nerve clusters matured. The entity's command of the Force, its awareness and reach increased. It wasn't long before it comprehended the nature of the danger. The thin energy barrier keeping it safe from the ships in orbit was in mortal danger. It commandeered every speeder, shuttle, and suborned fighter it could, loaded them with combat forms, and sent them to counter the threat. Then it concentrated its massive mind on the food threatening its very existence. They were more than 1,000 kilometers away, farther than some of the ships in orbit. However, they were the threat that mattered right now. The plague channeled its emotions through the nerve clusters on Atria. It sent fear, rage, and hunger at the food trying to disable the shields. It felt them flicker with unease, yet their courage was not broken. Instead, the mental attack bounced off from the other's will. The entity's fury rose to a crescendo. It was being denied again. That could not be borne. It searched for its adversary and struck at it directly. The Force shook in exultation. The hive mind slammed into the bound wills of more than 100,000 men and women. They recoiled by the strike, yet held. Fury bright enough to match its own blazed above Atria. It struck again, and this time the attack was met head-on. Infected staggered, combat forms screeched in pain, clones fell to their knees as mind-blinding headaches split their heads. A million twisted maws snarled in fury. The entity was evenly matched by that other hive mind. The rage burned, yet it felt satisfaction. It could sense the limits of the other. It could match it, for now. Soon enough there would be more nerve clusters to draw on, and then the hunger won't be denied. It shifted its focus and began gathering power. It felt the other preparing for the inevitable attack, and felt amusement. The other would be ready. However, it wasn't the target. The shields would fall soon, but not before the combat forms could reach them. The entity examined the food, defying it, focused its power and struck. The fighters flying to meet the infected began falling from the sky. While the other could protect their pilots, the same could not be said for the machines themselves, and they were small. Even relatively minor damage could bring them down. Its attention went into the combat forms, ready to engage the food from the stars. It would lead the attack with everything it was, and it would ensure that the hunger would not be denied. =RK equals Shield Generator Complex, Ming Valley, Atria. Neja was on the front, surrounded by a rank of hastily dug-in tanks and a regiment of infantry. Only the battle meditation kept him and his men ready for the coming onslaught. He felt the plague strike at their minds. Most of the clones were brought to their knees, despite Vale doing his best to shield them. He could sense their headaches, the treacherous tendrils of fear and boundless rage that tried to worm their way in the soldiers' minds, yet slammed into the fused will of every man and woman bound by the battle meditation and failed to find purchase. Halcyon could feel it. The hunger was here. It wanted nothing more than to consume the whole galaxy in one endless feast. Neja gripped the hilt of his lightsaber and glared at the approaching shuttles, aircars, and speeders. "We will hold this position no matter what comes our way." He opened a line to all his troops. Halcyon laced his voice with the Force, made it ring with the conviction he felt. Neja thought about his Skera, his wife back on Corellia, about his son. "We will not flinch in the face of slobbering monsters. We will hold this line and won't take a single step back." Tank and walkers raised their guns. Missile crews shouldered their weapons and took aim. The approaching swarm showed no inclination of slowing down. Thanks to the battle mediation, there was no need of a spoken command. When the infected entered range, the first row of vehicles opened fire. Shuttles and air cars shattered under rail rounds and blaster bolts. Missiles streaked in the air and blew apart their targets. There were no mistake. No two men targeted the same enemy. The skies were filled with explosions, and the front of the swarm vanished behind a wall of fire and shrapnel. Yet the plague was not deterred. It had no trouble sacrificing as many of its minions as it needed. Halcyon felt it when it struck. The first line of armor began failing. Gun barrels twisted, power plants malfunctioned. Here and there the odd man screamed and slumped, with their minds shattered. Missiles began missing their targets, despite solid target locks. Large enemy vehicles headed straight at dug-in armor and did their best to ram them at supersonic speeds. Monsters jumped off them and were slowed down to survivable velocities by the Force. The infantry opened fire for all they were worth. Halcyon activated his saber and jumped to meet a large monster that still wore the tattered armor of an Atrisian soldier. The thing roared in fury and sent a telekinetic blast at Nejar. The Jedi countered and was buffered by a small shockwave produced by the attacks colliding. Blaster fire racked the side of the monster and made it stagger. Halcyon ducked under a slashing tentacle, cut through another, and then rolled past a third, while keeping his blade extended to the left. The lightsaber amputated the monster's leg just above the knee and made it fall. Its tentacles slashed wildly in an attempt to catch the Jedi, but Nejar used the Force to push them away. He dashed at the twisted being and took a pair of tentacles in as many swings before getting close enough to cut the large monster apart. Yet even in its death throes, it managed to strike back, and a clawed tentacle glanced off the Jedi's chest plate. Halcyon felt danger and jumped away just in time to avoid another monster landing next to the dismembered one. The thing roared and sent a telekinetic shockwave at the Jedi. Nejar responded in kind, and the resulting explosion pelted him with dirt. The monster charged him only to be torn apart by the concentrated fire of two heavy troopers. An airbus chock-full with pulsating tumors slammed into a nearby walker, and both disappeared in the heart of a fiery explosion. The shockwave picked up Halcyon and threw him away, despite the desperate telekinetic shield he erected to protect himself. Luckily, he landed on relatively soft grass and soil, thus avoiding serious injuries. Still, the blast dazed him. By the time Halcyon was on his feet, the infected had either landed or flown past the forward defense lines. There was half a regiment waiting for them further in the valley, and the Jedi knew that at least a battalion would act as a rearguard at the complex's entrance, while the rest of that regiment stormed the generators. He just had to stop the bulk of the infected that landed among his lines and prevent any more reinforcements from breaking through. However, that was easier said than done. Nejar could feel at least 1,000 of the infected spread all over the place. A significant amount of his armor was either destroyed or disabled, and that left him and the infantry to deal with the majority of the enemy. That was easier said than done. Each of those things could use the Force and could sustain a significant amount of punishment. Further, the infected had as good a coordination as the clones in the sway of the battle meditation. What followed was pure hell. Whole squads or even companies concentrated their fire on single targets. Some of the monsters went down relatively easy, others roared and formed invisible shields that took unreal amount of firepower to breach. Clones were raised in the air and crushed or thrown away like dolls. Others got peeled out of their armor and savaged. Monsters were burned by concentrated blaster fire. Others were blown apart by grenades, thermal detonators, or missiles. Some ran afoul of the still operational armor and were either vaporized or crushed. Halcyon found himself facing 3 monsters who worked in tandem to dismantle a walker and the platoon supporting it. The last remaining squad was desperately firing everything they had at the advancing infected when Nejar entered the fray. He used the crushed remains of the walker as a battering ram to split the monsters, then engaged the closet one. The Jedi Master shielded himself with the Force against everything that thing threw his way and got close enough to dismantle it. He wasn't fast enough. Before he could dispatch his opponent, Nejar felt the squad he came to save being torn apart by the other 2 monsters. They tore the last clone in 2 before jumping his way. Halcyon met them halfway and released the biggest telekinetic push he could. One of the monsters was unable to protect itself and flew away like a rocket. The other roared in triumph. It was unaffected by the Jedi's attack and slammed into him. Halcyon managed to cut off an arm and a tentacle before they hit the ground hard, but that didn't even slow down the monster. It slammed its fist in Neja's chest, and that strike was enhanced with the Force. The Jedi Master felt his ribs shatter like twigs and coughed blood that stained the inside of his helmet. The monster used its remaining tentacles to grab him before he could use his saber, and then it raised a fist for another strike. Halcyon glared at the infected. It took all his training and the battle meditation helping him to fight through the pain to concentrate enough to catch the coming punch into a telekinetic grip. The monster let out a Force-enhanced scream that rattled Neja. It made his broken ribs shift and the bone edges dug into his flesh. The Jedi screamed in pain, then howled in agony when the monster slammed its fist in his breastplate. The shock shattered another rib and caused even more damage. All Halcyon knew was pain. He could hear a distant triumphant roar before the agony increased as the monster began tearing away his armor. A foreign mind pressed through the red haze, another will chased the delirium away, and the pain became a distant thing. A tentacle bit in Neja's side and took a chunk of flesh away. Halcyon saw his Skera's face, her soft smile, his son, the reasons why he fought today. A rage not entirely his own pulsed through his very being, and the Jedi screamed back at the monster. The Force answered his desperation. It was fueled by his anger, and Halcyon found that he had a bit of strength left after all. The Jedi glared at the monster and released a telekinetic pulse that shredded the tentacles holding him in place. He threw his lightsaber and guided it with his will alone as it cut the monster to pieces. That was all Neja had to give. His telekinetic grip wavered and his lightsaber fell to the ground. Because of the battle meditation still touching his mind, Halcyon could feel his men still fighting, still holding the line. The world was growing darker. The Jedi could feel the sickness invading his body, and he lacked the strength to resist. Neja's mind drifted back to home, to Corellia and his family. He needed to know that they would be safe, that all this horror wasn't for nothing. As if in answer to his dying wish, Neja's perspective shifted. He could feel he was looking through Commander Roy's eyes. The clone nodded to one of his brothers, who pressed his thumb on a detonator. The world shook, and the soldiers were all but deafened by the roar of a titanic explosion. They were engulfed by a wave of flames coming from a nearby corridor. Only their heavy armor and shields kept them relatively safe. Roy pointed forward, and a squad of heavy troopers sprinted down the corridor and then left before the commander followed. They were met by a punishing torrent of fire and answered in kind. The point man fell, then another. A third clone was immolated before the incoming fire lessened, suppressed by a spread of grenades. Only one man of the leading squad was still alive when Roy reached a twisted, jagged hole in a massive armored door. The trooper in front of him charged through and made just a few steps in before being torn apart. Roy emptied the magazine of his grenade launcher through the breach, then threw it away, drew his blaster and charged in. He emerged into a large room chock-full with smoke and didn't even slow down. Neja, though, he saw him pass by abandoned terminals and corpses. The commander vaulted over a barricade and shot a defender in the face, then continued his charge. Roy emerged in cavernous room. Catwalks led to a massive reactor suspended in a cooling liquid. Roy continued to sprint towards the objective. Blaster bolts began chasing him. His shield flared, then popped, and the clone was staggered. Neja felt the man's determination. Roy grabbed something from his belt, a detonator, and pressed the button. Halcyon's awareness was wrenched away, back to his body. He could feel the plague spreading through his veins and laughed. It was too late. The sickness agreed. He could feel its bottomless hunger, its impotent rage as it was voiced by every single infected. Even Halcyon's throat roared in fury, despite the agony it caused to his ruined chest. Darkness fell, then it was torn asunder by a new star and a wave of heat. All Neja could see was Shera's smile, and then there was only light. =RK equals. Evacuation Flight D-46 F Atria. It was a very close call, but Wei and some of the survivors made it out of Menan before the city was overrun. For a few minutes, Teng allowed himself to believe that it was all over, that the Republic would burn the plague, and that everyone who managed to escape was safe. It was not to be. The Republic wasn't here to help after all. They had either disabled or destroyed the Navy and had landed a force to take out the shield generator. A force that by all accounts was busy simply destroying the defenses. General evacuation plans were in effect, and anyone with a hyper-capable vessel was bid to get as many people out of Atria as possible. Starfighters rose to challenge the Republic blockade in a suicidal bid to protect at least a few of the evacuating vessels. Cruisers equipped with Guardian systems, frigates and swarm of fighters met everyone trying to leave the atmosphere and blew them to pieces. That didn't stop people from trying. The shields were going to fall soon, and then everyone was going to die. The panic gripping everyone wasn't helping either. All Wei could feel was a dull sense of resignation and failure. He managed to somehow get Kim on an evacuation craft with other young people and got back to watch it run the blockade. The small freighter rose on its repulsors, then ignited its main engine and shot towards the heavens. It was followed by a squadron of fighters, the last ones remaining in the area. The sky was lit in azure fire, and Wei felt a wash of static pass through him. Teng fell to his knees and screamed in denial. The shield was gone. The small dot that was Kim's transport flashed as the sky caught fire. Wei heard a distant rolling thunder and knew it was all over. He felt heat all over his left side and then knew nothing at all. RK equals. Minuan City. Atria. The hunger could not be denied. That overriding thought was all the entity could think about. Trying to comprehend its failure was too much. It felt the Force giving it a warning that doom was coming. It sensed the shield generator being destroyed and the barrier faltering. There was only fury. Transports with a few infected were just lifting out. It needed a tiny amount of time to ensure it would not be denied. It was too late. The shield was gone. Death was igniting the skies. All it could do was lash against those that denied it. It pushed every neuron in its nerve clusters until they burned out, used the nervous systems of every single infected to fuel its vengeance. The ships right above it shook. Equipment failed. Food was turned into paste. It tore a cruiser away from orbit and hurled it towards the ground. Nerve clusters began dying. The one who denied it tried to protect the ships the entity was attacking, and it used that opportunity to strike against its nemesis. It channeled every bit of power it could gather, shoved even its death itself in that attack. The other hive mind screamed under the onslaught. Even as it burned, the entity could experience joy at the pain it caused its enemy. It sensed the one who denied it unravel, the beings in its hive mind breaking, going insane, dying. A wave of plasma buried Menan under the fires of an unbound star, and the entity's dying screams echoed through the Force. RK equals. Flag bridge, Corellian cruiser Freedom High, orbit over Atria. I felt Crimson strike at me with everything it had. A titanic lance made of its fury, hunger, sheer loathing and desperation struck at me. Only the battle meditation connecting me with everyone in my fleet allowed me to survive. The attack didn't land squarely on me, but was divided among everyone I was touching. I felt thousands die, even more go temporarily or irrevocably insane. My mental shields were flayed open, and I screamed as the backslash of so many people connected to me dying. It was sheer agony. It was ecstasy. My concentration shattered, and the battle meditation slipped through my fingers. I felt the connection unravel. More power struck me as it began concentrating on less and less targets. Below us, Atria was lit on fire as barrages sent just as the shield was falling struck the surface. Crimson's onslaught vanished and was replaced by a scream that reverberated through the Force. I let out a chocked shout of mixed pain and relief. The battle meditation broke, and before losing consciousness, I sensed everyone in the fleet being hit by the backslash.